screwed that one up. Hello there, everyone. It is me, Noname17 Spore, and I am now back with more Kerbal Space Program. Yeah, I took a single day of break. Um, I actually forgot to set something up on OBS, so I'm gonna set it up really quickly. I'm just gonna add a new color source. Color. I know what it's showing on screen right now. Let me change its height to maybe about like under 150. And I'll put it up there. What I want to do, and I forgot to pull this up. Let me pull it up real quickly. I spent a while just kind of relaxing there, thinking that, oh, I have everything set up. I did not. It should work having that little black bar at the top of the screen. Because what I can do is I can turn on my display capture. Um, and that hides the URL. So, what have I done here? I went through every single payload that we have launched so far. Every single one. Mostly because I had saved like pretty much all of them in the hangar or in the VAB. So I had what they were, had what science was on them, and was just able to input that here. So, I've been doing this launch count thing, and this is where it is currently at. You can see all the launches in the campaign. I do actually have a link to this in the description, although do note it is possible it contains spoilers. If you have not watched the entirety of the series. If you have watched the entirety of the series, it should not contain spoilers. I am also thinking about doing another episode on Twitch because I was looking at my stream quality with the past couple I did versus what I had on Twitch, and the Twitch one looks sharper. I have tried to increase the bitrate a bit, and also like try to mess with some of the settings, so hopefully this will be a little sharper. But yeah, if it's not, I might try a Twitch stream again and then like compare the two side by side. And actually, I probably will just try a Twitch stream again and compare the two side by side and upload the Twitch stream here. So if that's the case, if there's a Twitch stream and you're clicking on the link in the description of the YouTube video, there will be spoilers. But so far there's not been. I don't want that showing. So that's empty. Payload stats is basically where I'm making lists of. Oh no, important info is where I'm making like lists of stuff. Um, and yeah, this is where I have all the payloads. So what I have is, you can see the payload name here, and this is specifically the payload sheet. The type of payload, so we have science probe, spy sats, crew capsules, relays. You can actually see I have a little drop-down menu there with a bunch of options in it. Some of these should be. Do I have any? Oh, I should have marked some of these as scan sats. Oh yeah, no, that RNS Minmus scansat is a scansat. Is there another one with an M700? I swear there's another one with an M700 on it somewhere, which should probably be marked as a scansat. Control F, M700. Yeah, 2 out of 2. So that would be scansat, and then the 1 out of 2 is up there. Yeah, okay, they're both marked as scansats. Cool. Didn't mark anything with scanning things a scansat, but we can basically look over here and see what science equipment is on it, as well as like other important things. Like I did mark scanners on here too. So, if I need to go to a unit, if I need to go to a vehicle for some reason, I can go to this sheet, look over here, and basically know all the information about it. I've also listed the next 6 launches. So OMS1, RepoSat2, Kitter, Kerschel, Silisko, and Minmisat 12. And they should also be listed in the launch count as well as unlaunched. Yeah. And oh, apparently I didn't do these for Minmisat 10. Oh yeah, no, I did these. These are unlaunched, or these are ongoing. So yeah, that's why these aren't done. 'Cause yeah, they're ongoing. OMS1, I'd have to check what orbit specifically it's going to. Again, ones which are what is it? Ones which are for Blue Dog, I typically I'm leaving them unmarked here for the moment because I'm not taking a specific look at the orbit. But it might be a high-low, it might be a low orbit in the end. You can also see recovery here. That was kind of on the other one, but I think this is better. Better for confirming it. So you have, successes there. Sassat 1 was precluded. Settler 1 was a failure in terms of its recovery test. Sassat 2 was precluded. Sassat 3 was a failure. Um, Settler 2 was precluded because the rocket exploded. Yeah, Sassat 2 was a failure mission. Yeah, Sassat 3 was a failure on recovery. Mupos 2 had recovery options, but these ones all failed. Um, and of course, you can see the basically what happened with the main missions themselves, wherever they got whether they were a success, partial failure, or like got precluded, or failure got precluded because something else went wrong. Um, and then of course I have a functional status. So this is just kind of the current state of the mission. So if something is destroyed, then it crashed. Either it was destroyed on liftoff, or could have been destroyed sometime later, even intentionally. Um, and then fully functional for ones that are fully functional, and then I have these orange categories where I basically list what is wrong with them. Um, yeah. So yeah, this is listing what's wrong with these missions at the moment. They're still around, but they're only partially functional. Um, So that is if it's had part failures, something orange will appear. If parts have broken off that should be there, it'll appear here. Like Settler 3 and Settler 5 are missing a solar panel. Ineptitude Ground Station does have a part failure, but it's so inconsequential that I decided to basically still include it as fully functional. Um, and yeah, also missions which have like multiple payloads on them, like these, like this was a single Bluebird launch. I'm listing the payloads separately. And then this was also a single Bluebird launch to the Mun. And yeah, you can see the orbital regime, and you can see where it is now. So like Visitor 1, Visitor 2, the Kerbal Observatory, and then Outcast 1 are all around Kerbal right now. The only particularly weird thing with this list, the only unexpected thing, is Radian 5. Oh yeah, and also, you can go over here, you can see notes. You can also see, like, lander biomes and such. So if we go down to our 4 landers, we can see we've touched on in the northern basin on the Mun, the greater flats on Minmus, the east crater on the Mun, and then the far side crater on the Mun. And just over here, I listed the launcher again next to notes. But yeah, Radiant 5 is the only one with a note right now. Or right now, you may have seen it there. I'm going to drag this off to my other monitor, turn off the display capture, turn off the black rectangle at the top of the screen, and go into Kerbal. And also, if I need to keep an eye on my chat when I am doing stuff on my monitor on the right side, I have actually now have an iPad here acting as an additional screen, which I can just turn on and see chat. So that's good. But if we go to the tracking station, and you might also see that that Robin is actually really close to complete. That's because I spent so much time making that sheet that, the remaining like 2.5 hours on that construction time have reduced now to just like 7 minutes. That's why OMS 1 is so close to complete, just because I spent so long working on that. But I haven't done like any launches, any maneuvering, anything of that sort. Yeah, if we turn on relays, Radian 5 is missing. Radian 5 is no longer here. Um, I think it should be like between G-Suved and Radian MR1. I think Radian 5 has crashed. I'm Radian 5 was in a close orbit to the Mun, and I think that the Mun just like kind of came up to it, gave it some form of gravity assist or something, and essentially flung it. Uh, Flung it either into Kerbin or into the Mun. Probably into the Mun, but might have gotten flung it into Kerbin. Now, one interesting thing is, it looks like a similar event is actually going to happen to Radian 3. So, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go fly Radian 3. I'm going to see if we can save Radian 3, and if we cannot save Radian 3, then in about 17 days we're going to watch it crash into the Mun. And I will make sure to put that on the alarm clock. Oh, hold on, let me quickly do something here. Now, the other thing I want to try to do at some point is, I actually want to design a new launch vehicle. Um, oh yeah, you saw plenty of Delta V. Okay, so I'm gonna say, yeah, Hibernate and Warp is on auto. And Radiant 3's goo containment unit is active. So yeah, currently, you would collide with the Mun. Yeah, that Mun encounter is in 17 days, though. So that's basically the next time the Mun swings around over here. That would boost it out there. Wait, is it gonna go like all? Oh, it might go all the way around here. No, no, it's going this way. Let's say I put in a. Hey, Sampa. I see you got me saying hello. Wait, what I'm gonna see if I can do is if I can do just a small adjustment to save Radian. So maybe like this. Okay, so now Radian 3 is currently in a stable orbit. Over here, we're gonna boost this up. So 30 minutes before that, in 3 days, Radian 3 will make an additional maneuver. I think some of the day stuff was just also glitching out. It didn't look like the Mun wasn't anywhere close. Might have been in orbit so long I was just having, you know, issues, or the game was just having issues with it. That could very well be the case. Oh yeah, you missed me showing the well, I'm in a loading screen. You missed me showing that no, not that. Old Project Ers. You missed me showing off this. This is what I worked on yesterday. This is every single payload I have launched so far and its current status. As well as like, where it's landed, and then I have the payload over here so I can just kind of see what it is. Although I should probably put the current regime or current body over there too. That would be smart. I'll probably do that sometime soon. But yeah, you can see the functional status and outcomes and such. So yeah, looks for some of your administrative stuff at shop. Yeah, I guess I'm taking this Kerbal campaign pretty seriously. And of course, what science missions are on it, which means I can actually just like control F and find, the experiment I want and just kind of check what has it and if there's any available for it, and also have an idea as to where I've gotten the science. And then, of course, I have the main launch sheet as well. This is older, but I'm still adding to it. I also need to make Starling 1E, D, and C different colors. But yeah, that was the wrong order. Tend to fire and forget when it comes to satellites. Yeah, but I was just gonna like going through to make sure that I have all those. And you can actually see the two min-miss sats we're gonna have to you know adjust their orbits of here soon. So we got 11, which is gonna be captured when min-miss comes around here. That maneuver's coming up in about 1 day. Yeah, that's coming in 1 day and 5 minutes, and then like almost 3 hours later, Minmus at 10, while coming back down, is going to be intercepted by Minmus. So basically, 11 is going to be caught by Minmus, when Minmus comes here, and then 10 is going to be caught by Minmus when Minmus comes over here. So 11's catching it on the upswing, Minmus, or 10 is catching it on the downswing. Um, and we'll have to make those min-miss maneuvers with both of those satellites here relatively soon. OMS-1 is also really close to complete. I'll have to check what the contract for that says, but I actually do want to build a couple, like a new rocket. I want to build a new rocket. Maybe I want to just, or see if there's any, like, cost efficiency improvements I can make to Starling 1E. I want to see if I can build Starling 1G. And yes, Starling 1F does exist. It flew once. It was bad. Um, Starling 1F is not a rocket I particularly like. It was used for one mission, and now it is completely obsolete to Robin. And I want to make a Starling that is not objectively obsolete compared to Robin. Um, because Robin's better for most missions, but there are those missions where Starling is actually the better choice. And I want to see if I can better optimize for that. You're presently playing the beta for Ultimate Admiral Dreadnought, says Japan. Nice! Yeah, I just also kind of did this stream impromptu. Also, do tell me if the stream quality is any better. I did try to improve it a little bit. I did try to improve it somewhat. So the bit rate, it was or it was like 4.500 no, yeah, 4.5 thousand before, sorry. And now it is 6,000. Okay, so I believe Starling is using this. Yeah, that's a Starling first stage SRB. So that cost 778. Was a Thumper, a similarly sized Thumper, is 850, and what does it get? I mean, this is just for Starling upgrade. That's 172 ASL. That's 175 ASL. So this is heavier actually. Max thrust. This is less thrust. How much solid fuel? That's 820. That's 1,000. I don't know. Either of these are still good choices. But what I want to do is I want to see about a smaller SRB. So like that's 300. I'm wanting to design a rocket which is a smaller version of Starling, basically. Now I probably don't want like that. Or not. Okay, I can't do that. Actually, you know what? Here's what we can do. Because I can go here. There is stuff by cross-sectional profile. So that's 1.25 meters. So let's see. Okay, so that's like standard Starling size. And actually, there's something I want to check here. And that would be the, not that specifically, the inner stage. I think that's what it's using. So that, yeah, that has a decoupler on it. So that's 210. That's a different version, 210. You are also 210. So I want to see, one thing I want to think about is changing out Starling's inner stage. Um, that'd be 0.625 meters. So it would be cheaper, but like it doesn't narrow enough. That narrows too much. Now this is cheaper, but it doesn't have any decoupler on it. So then I would have to actually look at a decoupler. This is also cheaper. It has no decoupler on it though. That's too big. Yeah, I'm wanting to take a look at adapters right now. That's a control block. That's a really expensive cargo pod. That's, yeah, holy crap, the cost on this. That has to be a glitch. They have to have wanted that to be like 800 and they accidentally add an extra 50,000 to it. So yeah, either of those would work. I just have to see how cheap I could get a decoupler for. That's 450. We need to search in like segments for this. Oh, carpaloons are here. I'd have to actually look the size down for decouplers. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know. This might not be as viable as I was thinking. Although I will have to look up some more stuff. But specifically, what I want to check out is smaller scale SRBs. Actually, let's just go back into the SRB menu. Actually, no. Let's go into coupling. Okay, that's 360. That's too expensive. Um, yeah, let's look at coupling. So that would fit. That's a black arrow 0.5. That is too expensive. Actually, no. Let's organize by cost. Mini stack separator, loop decoupler. You know, we're already at like 100. Although, these look really cheap actually. These are 50. That could fit right there. Because if we're having a 150 inner stage and then oh, that's 70 though. So this is 210. 150 plus 70 would be 220. That is a little bit too expensive. But if we can get a even cheaper inner stage on, um, that would massively improve things. So actually, I will actually take a look in fuel tanks to see if there is any fuel tank that would be suitable as an inner stage. Okay, that would be a little too, yeah, that's a little too big. It is cheap though. This is 170. That right there is 170. That is cheaper. That is actually cheaper than current Starlings. I'll purchase some of these like really cheap ones and just see if I can get one which looks better. Like that. That's also 100. Okay, so where is okay, so this is the point where stuff starts costing 150 over here. That's 150, that's 150. That's 120, 120, 110, 110. This is 100 then. So yeah, really my choice is either this or this. They weigh the same. So yeah, that is actually a potential improvement for Starling. I will have to keep that in mind. This Hamel size 1 adapter with this Carib D agitator decoupler. Um, and it's really light as well. If we find the current one we're using, actually, hold on. What's our current mass? So our current mass is 13.808 tons. If we put that on 13.787, so this is actually slightly heavier. So we have reduced cost, but we have gained, how much is that? About 0.02 tons, I'm guessing? So, point 0, okay, 0.021 tons, I think, would be what we gain. Okay, so we'd gain a little mass with that. Maybe I could shave it off somehow on the upper stage. But yeah, I don't think that is terrible. Anyway, what I want to do is I want to check engines. No, it's a small optimization to save on cost just a little more. This would be more specifically boosters. So that's a sounding rocket motor. I don't think I want a sounding rocket motor. Maybe this one would be an option. Um, yeah. So that's the shrimp. Stop selecting the shrimp. Jesus, fleet's so sleep. There's another sounding rocket motor. Alright, no, that's one I've already fit on. And then that's one I've already fit on. Okay, so I feel like I don't want this. Like, this... Let's see. Yeah, this is just bad. That one's bad. So you have the TAC life support mod installed? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. There's a reason I haven't been doing many crewed launches. But yeah, the current rocket I'm wanting to build is gonna be called Chickadee. And it's gonna be for basically the smallest payloads I can think of. So like Zebulons could fit on that, although Zebulons have some issues. Like that could fit. Like that couldn't fit. But yeah, some of these like really small payloads. What was I using for Radian? Again, I was using this for Radian. I don't think it could fit. I don't think a Radian would be a good choice. But yeah, a lot of these really small probes it could send up and do some missions on, and I'm hoping that it would save some cost. Maybe even that could be the standard. But I'm trying to decide how I want to build this. You know, what is the most bang for my buck I can get? So I think I'm gonna be looking at this engine here, the Black Forest Stone Chat. So I think this is supposed to be like a side booster. We're not gonna use it as a side booster. It's gonna be a main booster. But I want to look at like what other SRBs are within this range, and are there any I haven't purchased yet? Ooh, how? That looks like a side booster, but I'm curious. It is a side booster. Yeah, that's a side booster. No point. You're starting Japan game with 5 BB, 2 BC, and stuff. Nice. I really don't know what is ideal in that game. I'll be honest. Okay, so that's like a half-length version of this, and it shows. Um, I'll consider it as an option. I'll get those. I'll take a look at them. Okay, so this is a side booster. Probably don't want it. That's actually kind of fat for how small it is. Whenever the need to save cash is greater than the need to keep astronauts alive. Um, Insurgent's a little smaller. So I don't think I'm gonna use a mite. That's probably too small. But like these are cheap. Although again they're small. Um so this is kind of like the lowest one on the list. Its ISP is pretty bad though. I think I'm gonna remove it. I don't think I'm gonna be considering that. The other thought is that we do like a two-stage design. That could work. So like one, probably this one. That gains more efficiency in a vacuum. So like this could take it up to a high altitude, and then we, separate, deploy a second SRB, and then we go to the upper stage fuel. That's what I'm thinking. The other thought would be a Carib 1B. So you're 120 for how much solid fuel? 180. with a pretty good ISP. I don't think I'm going to use this. You have only 106. I don't think I'm going to use you. What about you? You're 90. Ooh, yeah. I think that's gone. I think that's gone. So the Boostertron 2 is 160. I don't think I want to use the Rook. Okay, so if we're using a dummy, um, that's 238 ASL. How much is Boostertron? Boostertron 2 is 220 for 160. I think I'm gonna get rid of that. And less ISP, yeah. So really there's two competitive boosters here for our small sat, or for a small sat launcher, basically. And man, it's interesting to see how tiny these are compared to like the regular Starling booster. I kind a few destroyers than ideal. Yeah, that is true. How much does this have? Oh, that's a regular engine. Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking, either of these could honestly be good options. Do I want this or do I want this? I don't want to add it to anything. Okay, so you have an ISP of 235 ASL to 261 vacuum. The oh yeah, that was one I removed. The dummy is 238 ASL and 264 vacuum. Although this will burn longer. Both of these have plumes configured by real plume as well, which is nice. Um, so that is how much more? I could literally get two dummies for the same cost. Although I would have to put a Separatron between them. And I only want to be firing one at once. It would be more fuel with two dummies. I think that the dummy is the most efficient I can get, probably. Even though I wanna use the Stone Chat, or the Black Forest Stone Chat so much. Hmm. Maybe I'll devise a rocket based on each. Yeah, you know what? I'll devise a rocket based on each. I need another small bird. One of them is being called the chickadee, one of them is being called something else. Actually, let me go to fairings and just see what I have. Yep, I have fairings small enough for this. And also even use like designated fairing sizes. Although, do I really want to be starting like a solid rocket booster in air? Because solid rocket boosters have a chance that, their start will fail, and that if that has a startup failure, um, that could be a launch failure, so that could be a little risky. Which is why I've traditionally been doing two-stage rockets. It's certainly a consideration to do a three-stage rocket with two SRBs on it, and I've been getting pretty good luck with all the engines firing. I would just have to test these first. Mm, okay. I think I am gonna use. Yeah, I'm gonna do one with each. If you put the SRBs on their own stage, you should just be able to just jettison the failed units. If they fail to light in flight. Well, this would be stacked on top of it, so I could jettison it, but that would probably be a launch failure. Um, List of birds by common name. Maybe I could do like sparrow, or what about a warbler? Yeah, I'll do like chickadee and warbler. Um, and just ultimately have like two of these testing at once. So how about this? Warbler will be a two-stage rocket based on the dummy. Chickadee will be a three-stage rocket based on the stone chat. Or maybe I should do that the other way around. Because the stone chat's probably going to be able to sustain well, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'll do like two versions of the stone chat, and then one version of the chickadee. So chickadee, or two versions of stone chat, one version with this booster. Sorry. So one will be chickadee, one will be warbler. I don't know which one will be which. Yeah, we'll do one version of the dummy and two versions of this. So one version that will be a two-stage, one will be a three-stage, and then the one with the dummy will only be a single stage, or will only be a two-stage. Um, so yeah, we're gonna experiment. How about that? Okay, so remove this. So we are starting with a cost of 300. I'm going to optimize this as much as flippin' possible. Now this is a really cheap decoupler. And I don't think we can get a decoupler cheaper for that size. So that's what we're going to be using. I kind of want the decoupler to be black. And then that's a cheap stage. And then on top of this, that is actually a fuel tank of the right size we're looking for. All right, let's take a look at the fuel tank. So that is, I mean, that's a strap-on tank. That's not the best. It's a multi-purpose tank. Monoprop. Ink oxidizer tank for fire spitter. I mean, there is the baguette. Okay, so that's 60. 70 for an Oscar, which is smaller. Liquid fuel, and that has more liquid fuel. Hmm. This is a straight up increase of liquid fuel of, how much is that? That's 22.5 to 33.8. About a third for only 10 extra. And then that's, I mean, that's the same as this, but costs more. Um, that's 100. Check this. So that's 100 rid of that. And it contains very slightly more. So one of these two is either the best. We either go with the vanilla or we go with that. And I'm trying to actually remember what was used on the on Starling. I think Starling has a Chara of some sort. Yeah, that's what Starling is using, for 360. I will see if I can reduce those costs somehow. Um, okay, vanilla is 33.8 for 70, whereas Achara is 144 for 360. Let me actually calculate that. See if there are any, like, alternative tanks to the Chara I can get. Okay, so 3, 6. Let's see, how much fuel do we get per dollar? So we get 2.5 liquid fuel per dollar with that. Well, if we go up to the vanilla, the other consideration, 33.8 divided by 70. No, divided by 33.8 means you're getting only 2 fuel per dollar. 45 for 120. Ooh, actually. That's got a slightly better cost ratio. Let's try 54. No, yeah, 140 divided by 54. So it is actually more cost efficient to use these than Charas, as far as I can tell. And this is just for, further Starling optimization. Pistache is, okay, those are both 99 for 200. Let's check that. Let's check it. Um, that's only 2. Those are both bad. Oh, that's bad. That's really bad. Um, 180 for 27. 1 for 72 is gonna be worse. Well, that's 180 for 90. So that's 2. Hmm. Each 45 for 150. That's gonna be bad. None of the spheres are pretty good. But yeah, I might swap out for like Bell 120As on Starling 1G, or even this. Honestly, this looks like a really good like upper stage fuel tank here. It looks really cost efficient for what you're getting. I think that was what I determined to have the best cost efficiency. So that's what we're going to use here. And now we just need an upper stage engine. Wait, that's a rocket booster. That one's smaller though. And we'll have 2 versions of this, one with this engine and one without. Actually, maybe what I'll do is the one with the engine will have a smaller upper stage fuel tank. In this case, the consideration was a vanilla or a baby. Hmm. Actually, you know what? Let's get this organized. So you go down there, and then you decouple, and then you light, then let's reroute to here. Actually, let's reroute to here. Actually, I need to show thrust. Okay, so the DWR on this is kind of shit with either of these on it. Thrust weight ratio on this is good. If we go to vacuum though, actually its TWR is pretty good. If we put this on it, which would be most of the weight, it looks like it'll still be above 1. You gotta get ready for bed. Alright, good night then. But if we put an engine on it, I want to see how that changes. So like a mini, nah, probably not a mini aerospike. And also the sounds glitch out on those things last I checked. So that's a solid. I don't want another solid. Aphid's just too small. That's a monoprop engine. And it's gonna be too small. That's a booster. Alright, let's start considering these. Zircon is 313 vacuum. That's 306 vacuum or more. Um, and Zircon also weighs less. Don't think I want either of those. That looks a little too... Yeah, no, that's kind of bad too. How much thrust is this putting out? 5 in a vacuum. It's doing a lot more thrust. He's doing more thrust? Yeah, they're pretty much nearly double it. Let's purchase that at the very least. This is a rocket engine of some description. That's 10. Actually, very lightweight. Those would need a fairing around them though, which does make it a little bit more tricky to integrate properly. That's 11.625. I did get this as well, so we could use this. It would have 8.25 thrust in a vacuum, so less, and less efficiency at yeah, no, it's just worse. That might be a little better in a vacuum. It's lighter. It does cost a little more. Okay, so that's a really tiny engine. That's a really big engine. Okay, so Seeker is 0.4. That's 0.89. That would be a monoprop engine though, so I don't want that. 300 vac. Not a lot of thrust. Alpha Star is 8.5 kilonewtons of thrust, 274 vacuum. Not quite what I'm looking for. Ooh, what about this? 342 vacuum, 200. I need to put a shroud in of some sort. Now this thing's a massive engine. It honestly doesn't weigh all that much. That would still have a TWR of, greater than 1 to 1. Let's say I do put one of these on it. instead of that. Okay, so now we're at 9644 versus this, where we are at 8187 for a greater cost. So I think I will be using this as the upper stage engine. Yeah, and that still has a good TWR. So the next thing I gotta do is actually figure out a way to case this. So we gotta go back to coupling, and we're using one of these. I want to see, is there any? I mean, we could put an interstage there. It does have a decoupler. It is 210. Actually, let's go structural. Let's see if we can get some form of interstage on here. Look at like the cheapest structural components we can get, because I want to design this rocket on the cheap. I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, we're already at like 150 here. Hmm. I'm not immediately seeing anything that can act as like an arrow shield in this area. Back to coupling. Like an interstage like this could work. I just don't think it's that great of an idea. I feel like, yeah, that's a bad choice. I was buying it anyway because I wanted to check it out. Check out this too. A little bigger than I expected. Uh, like that would be a good interstage, I think. Let's check. How much is this? So we're now at 980. And if I did this, would we be clipping? Actually, let me zoom in from the top. No, we would not. So this would work. Well, let's see if we can get something with this. So, okay, so that gets us to 980. So that means we have 160 to play with. That's how much the cost is changing. We have to go to payload, and we have to see if there's something we can find and changes that. So I will eat that massive cost. I'll eat this massive cost as well. That's way too big. Um, we can get two of those for 120. So that would be 940. That would save us. Bearing base is 150. We can get a fairing base for 120. It's too big. Get one for 100? I have no idea how big. That's way big. And we can get one for 80. That's not bad. Do you have a decoupler on you? No, you don't. But here's my thought. That's 80. We only need one. Um, I should not have thrown away the decoupler. But we had one of those. But like we can use this. That costs 870. This costs 870. We have 9,563 meters per second in a vacuum for under 1,000. Although we do need to put like payloads on it and such. Um, so simply put, I'm gonna consider one of these again for the actual fairing up top. And admittedly, probably similar to the other rockets, this is going to be steered with, well, should it be steered with the payload on top? Maybe it shouldn't. Part of me kind of thinks it shouldn't be. Hmm. There's a real consideration for saying no to that. Um, and I know that's what my rockets have done so far, and it allows me to get more use out of the reaction wheels, but it would allow, placing payloads on this or make placing payloads on it easier if I just didn't do that. I would need to. Maybe we'll have a version with and a version without. What is like the cheapest avionics pack? Okay, you know what? This provides. Oh, that's just a sounding rocket thing. Hmm. What does this allow? There's a small reaction wheel. This costs 300. And then what can it do? That can only do prograde, retrograde, hold. So you can do what? Yeah, stability system, prograde, retrograde. We have any which can do a little more. Actually, now I'm curious, what is the cheapest where I get the ability to target maneuver nodes? Alright, let's actually look at some of the ones we don't have, like this. An inflatable escape pod. You're pretty cheap. Yeah, no, only that. I mean, this obviously is not gonna have anything interesting. It does have deployable solar panels. Does it show what those look like when deployed? Not really. Unmanned remote pilot assist available. Decoupler, curb net, reaction wheel. Yeah, it doesn't say. I think that one just says like pilot assist. Okay, so which ones have good S? What has good SAS here? I'm not seeing the SAS on this one. One. Do we have any with good SAS? I think the game's supposed to like kind of gradually unlock better SAS over time. Some of the mods ignore that, but most of them don't, which is a problem. Is a very big problem. Okay, you know what? That's Nova Punch. That could have better SAS. Never mind. That has terrible SAS. So that's Tentares. That probably is in the same boat. Oh yeah, we're already at like 1,000 there. So honestly, all this cost saving might just wind up with a control unit. Like that's good. That's 350 for really good control unit. What about this? Actually, yeah, that kind of has everything in it. Problem is it's or it's, big. Problem is it's really big. Um, hmm. Let's actually go check on payload fairings again. Like that fits on it. Maybe we'll have two versions. One with the better fairing and one without. Um, so the one without will just be steered by whatever rocket is on the fairing. And the one with will, obviously be a little bit better. Okay, are any of these, like, control fins? I should get the procedural wings. They cost a lot, but I say we get them. What do these do? Okay, so recovery hardware can be placed inside. Um, Oh, I see. So these are like if you need a parachute or grid fin on something. Okay, so these are probably the cheapest control surfaces we can get. Boost your winglet Ds. Not black, yellow. Mm. Although actually, honestly, hmm, trying to think. Maybe what I do is since I'm gonna have to have a probe core on a satellite anyways, I just make the assumption that I'm gonna have that, but since I need additional steering on the rocket, I actually put like an additional steering unit somewhere. So something in command and control. Wait, spin motor decoupler. Okay, that's a star tracker. So for 200, I can get a star tracker. And that gives me all the control options. Honestly, that might be better for payloads. Just like something I regularly stick on payloads rather than, you know, on the booster itself. Now, are there any other star trackers here which are cheaper? I don't think so. Just more RCS. What I wanted to look for was gyroscopes. So here's my thought, is that I'm going to have like 2 gyroscopes put into this part of the fairing like that, like so. Star Tracker will probably just be something regularly jammed onto payloads. Although, part of me is really just wanting it on the rocket itself. Um, I think that would be something more likely to go on the payload instead. It's more likely to be useful on the payload. I don't want to add it to any of those categories. Although, could I create a new category? Nope. It did definitely decrease the amount of delta V I have. On. Might be these guys getting in the way. It was. Okay, so my question is, do we want to do one where it's just a pencil, or do we kind of want to I think I want to grow out the fairing. Um, I think that is the smarter option. Actually, I should have batteries within the main structure as well. Just a small one, just to kind of like keep it on course. Something small and cheap, which I can just get easily. And then I think this whole thing is gonna have to be tested multiple times. Um, but you know, we should be able to put payloads of many different sorts on it. And I mean, I will certainly consider doing that on Chickadee. Close. Close the fairing. Thank you. A little bit sharp. That's a very big fairing for this rocket. I don't think we need that much. I think I actually, you know what? Let's figure out a diameter for this. So let's say that it is required to carry a fuel tank of this diameter, although a bit higher up. So build the fairing. Um, maybe here. Do just have to have a sharp nose? Oh, that worked. Oh, left alt plus F, left mouse button is terminate fairing construction. Interesting. One question is that actually like the next size of fuel tank up or not? That is. Honestly, that fairing looks too big. So it won't be able to carry fuel tanks of that size. It'll have to be a size smaller. I think that works. That's appropriate for a rocket of this size. Okay, so this is about 2,000 right here. This will be a Chickadee 1A with a lot of delta V. The Chickadee 1B will probably just... Actually, no, I'm going to call this the 1B. This will be the Chickadee 1B. Actually, no. This will be the Chickadee 2A. So we're going to have the 1A and the 2A, and the difference is going to be that second, this little SRB here. Uh, Actually, no, I'm not going to call it... Yeah, I'll call this Chickadee. The other one will be the Warbler. And I'll see if, I can get Warbler to be a better vehicle or not. Uh, um, this will very much have to be something that is tested a lot. Let's just check, yeah. Injection for... Wait, that has wheels on it. Okay, what? Okay, so there's antenna, a battery, there's a reaction wheel there. I don't think that's an actual pod. Guidance assistance technology. Oh, it does have... This is a command, actually. Interesting. A decent hold for 80. And it has 50 electric charge as a part of it. So this has the ability to control itself. So... Holy crap. Holy crap, this rocket is going to be cost efficient. So this will be the Chickadee 2A. The Chickadee 1A will have the second stage deleted, basically. Um, yeah. And then I will work on Warbler as a smaller version, as well as see if I can make Starling more cost efficient. This one might be like really negatively impacted by flags too, or decals too, thinking about it. Yeah, because decals are like 75. I mean, it does need to have a flag on the upper stage. Like, you know, actually two. One for the payload manufacturer, two. I'd like to have a little bit of additional detail on it. But I almost think, like, do I even want to add another 75? Because that's a significant, well, actually, it would be another 150. That's a significant portion of the cost of this rocket for paint. So I don't think I do. I don't think I want to do that. I think that's a bad idea. But I do want to add some paint on for like the mission logos and stuff. That's kind of something I'm requiring doing. I'm willing to take that little bit of a hit for it. But yeah, that's like 1/500 for a rocket, admittedly without the payload on it. Um, yeah. Let's go to launch pad, modular launch pads. Oh wait, no, we'll go name. All right. The only issue I see. Wait, no, I should be able to mount these on the bottom, right? Yeah, so we could do a mini milk stool. Maybe I'll do that and have some other type of launch clamp. I'm gonna look up launch clamp styles. Uh, okay, I type in launch clamp. I mostly just get Kerbal. Um, I think you could just do some stuff on the side while I look at it. Actually, here's a thought. We do something like this. This might be how they're supposed to be designed. I will redesign how that looks later. Uh, let's shorten this to a mini milk stool. What about a size 2? I think a size 1 is just better. That on the bottom. A weird exhaust hole, but I think it'll work. Okay, so hold downs. Yeah, we do need some form of hold down. Multiple config regular initiator. Because that's like an igniter thing for the rocket, I think. Um, hmm. I want to see if would these work? You just barely clipped the milk stool. We raise this up just slightly. No, I'm gonna go large. Or get rid of them. That looks ugly too. Hmm. That's a good one. I need something good here. I need these decisions actually be reasonable. Launch roll could actually be fun. Uh, hmm. It's like, okay, I can't put any on there. We have umbilical poles and such. You can do stuff on some of these milk stool stands or milk stool stands, various stands as well. But I'm not finding anything I like. I need to find a hold down I like. But I think, these are umbilicals rather than hold downs. Okay, let's say I go big with these. So let's say I go medium with them. Then I could put them here-ish. But I have to figure out how to add some additional height. I don't think that would work. I think I would want side-mounted things. Actually, you know what? Here, let's try this. I think that works. This is gonna work. What if okay, the extended base just does that. That looks bad. But I think that works. I think, those will fold back. I'm trying to think. Do I want this to have been set up with like some form of strong back? Maybe, yeah. I think I would kind of like that. Something where the strong back for a chickadee falls backwards. So this is normally an umbilical pole, but I kind of want to convert it into a strong back. I can always adjust the arm length too. Okay. So yeah, it could fall back like that. So I can use one of those if I want. The other thought would be, okay, so it is like a fallback umbilical tower like this. I mean, admittedly, this tower would have to be moved back probably about there. You do have a mini strong back tower here. Curious, is there like a full retract of the or track of the tower anywhere? I think so. Um, this is a small general purpose strong back. This is also something I could use if I really wanted to. But honestly, I might just try to jury rig it out of, oh, I'm gonna see what this is. Like, that could fall back. But, you know, that's a little small. Where was it? It was swing arms, right? I swear I saw stuff there. I mean, we have the fallback towers and strong back towers here. Not crew elevators. Oh yeah, here they are. Let's see about this. I'd have to use the large. Like, it could certainly work. I don't know if that's what I want. Especially since it's like not, it's clearly not a strong back tower. Even the small clamp's like much too big for this rocket. I will be honest, I really do want to try this with a some tower of this design. Or a swing arm tower. Okay, so arm length adjust. I cannot adjust it anymore, right? Okay, let's try this. I'll be honest, something like this could be fun. Okay, so actually, if I start switching, does anything here change? No. And okay, let's say I can't attach anything to it. I'm gonna assume if I like attach something to this, it will not fold back. Whatever I could find. Actually, I just don't think it allows me to. Ooh, okay, so the arm should retract away, correct? When it gets staged. I'm hoping that it will. That might be something I need to test. I'll be honest. But I'm really hoping that the arm would fall back in the correct direction. So what I'll probably do is I'll probably have like a separate umbilical tower. So imagining that this is kind of what erects the rocket in the first place. Um, yeah. Well, I feel like it would have to be on the other side, right? No. It would have to be on this side because they take it off by truck, bring it back, put the rocket on it, and then bring it up here. It would have some form of hoop system on it, but I feel like at this point that's just getting removed at some point prior to launch. Um, although, um, maybe what I'll do is I just assume that this does contribute the umbilicals, or does supply some of that. Then that would probably be up here-ish, where it does meet that upper stage. And then it just folds all the way down. Okay, yeah, I like that. And then these are these are SRBs, so it'll be fine. Yeah, I'm liking this. I'm liking how this looks. Um, There's a possibility for like another tower up this side. I thought it was using these general swing arms as clamps. It could be fun, actually. I don't want to do that. No, I think... Are these really enough to clamp it? I kind of don't think so. Okay, so I'd have to put that on like a small structural component, something cheap probably. Maybe like cubic octags. And you would want to be... Hmm. Actually, one issue I could foresee is when these fold back, they're going to wind up hitting the fences. Yeah, I'll just do all on. I could reduce the arm length here. Actually, what I want to do is I would want to take... Actually, you know what? I'm going to get like a bigger strut of some description. What's all here? Real... Ooh, I'll see what these Buffalo chassis are like. Maybe that would be a good fit for, further customizing this launch stand. Actually a little smaller than I expected. Oh, well. Not a great choice. Yeah, let's buy these. Let's see how all of these work. These Blue Dog parts. And so that'll still be a consideration, but like that's a lot of extra umbilicals. An interesting idea, but like way too massive. Again, interesting idea, way too big. Actually, You know, too big. Could work on other rockets. But I need. Oh wait, no. Let's look at cost. Let's sort this by cost. All right, no, other way around. I'll be honest. I think what I want to do is this, or even just like this. And then these will be costs I get back. So, and then yeah, so that should fall back appropriately. And now just adjust arm length down. And actually, I'm gonna tip these forward a little bit. So those are very much like the launch clamps holding the rocket down. I might even reduce arm length even more. And do like this. Although, I will move them slightly this way. And then those are clipping into this, unfortunately. Crap. No way I'm gonna avoid that. I mean, we could just have it clamped down on the sides really well. That could work. So these fold back. The other one folds back and the whole rocket just goes up. I think that'll work. I think that'll work adequately. Um, bring that down. All right, so let's sort this out. So the booster lights first. The next thing which needs to happen is those need to go. That needs to go. And then that needs to go. So that happens next. We separate, and that launches. This should be unstaged. Yeah, that'll launch, and then actually no, yeah, that fairing should still be there at this time. Once that runs out, that'll, this'll decouple. Um, Actually, part of me doesn't want to decouple this fairing. I'm gonna say that fairing isn't staged. The question is, how high up am I gonna be when I'm actually detaching the upper fairing? Do you want to do that before? Yeah. Do I want to do that before I light this engine or after I light the engine? Um, I mean, let's look at our sea level delta V. So this is saying we have 217 meter per second of delta V in our first stage. Um, and that would be a TWR until these decouple of 4.69. So yeah, this is going to get us far. So I think that this fairing is going to need to be staged early, before the ignition of this booster. No, so after this will be when the fairing stages. Um, yeah, I think that's right. I think after the burnout of this solid, we stage the fairing, if not earlier. That'll have to be something we figure out with various launches. And I mean, this doesn't have a payload in it, so this might be somewhat deceptive now. So when this ignites, gives a little bit of an extra kick, then that detaches, and then that doesn't detach yet. This lights, and then this will detach later. Let's just assume we have some form of payload up here. Yeah, 1910 with 3.112. I'm gonna dial that back to maybe like 75%. Let's say I do these at once. Actually, you know what? Let's imagine that I ignite this later. Okay, so it is saying 1.59. Um, I think this is okay. I'm actually thinking about it. Whatever setup we have for hoisting the rockets has to be able to also do it with this stage here deleted for the Chickadee 1. So this launch tower is too tall. Um, I think it would have to do this. Yeah, that would allow the deletion of that stage for the other model of this rocket. Okay, I think this looks like a good small sat launcher to add. We're not gonna like immediately construct one. I will have to get a test stand set up for the for these boosters. I'm honestly considering not build. Well, maybe I will look. I think I'll just enter the Chickadee in service before anything else. I think I will use the Chickadee as my standard small sat launcher design. The Warbler I will not build yet. Is there anything else I can recolor here? So you can either be gray or yellow. I think I am gonna have you be yellow. Oh yeah, we can recolor the launch pad to something vaguely coherent. So what color options do I have here? I mean, blue looks good. Red always looks good. Green is like very Russian. So we could go blue, we could go red. I think, let me see what colorations do chickadees have. Kind of like, yeah, the birds which can have like black and white, a little bit of brown. Um, we occasionally get a little blue. I, hmm, let's mess with this. Let's mess with this more. What color? What color? What color? Do we want to go gray drab? I'll go dark gray and then I'll go like white on those. White on both of the pipes. And we will mess with colors down here. Make it fit better. Yellow doesn't look bad. I might go with the gray green. I might go with something like this. Although, I can change the swing arm colors, the internal colors on them. Alright, so I think that is a Chickadee 2A. I will be auto-strutting a lot of this vehicle together. Where is an auto strut for this? Yeah, auto strut U2. And just to kind of make sure, I will auto strut that as well. Just to really make sure that this like actually properly functions. Alright, so I think that would be the Chickadee 2A design. We will have to figure out satellites to stick on this. So I will save. And then I'm going to go to the 1A. Yes, I know I'm building the 1A after the 2A. Sue me. And what the 1A is going to do is just going to get rid of this. And yeah, let's save it. I'm going to have to probably go to the space plane hangar and create a basically a test stand for chickadees. Although what I might do is I might create a test stand where I test like two at once rather than one at once. I think that's what I'll do. Because it's just a lighter rocket. Although to be fair, that doesn't get me very far in the test program. If I'm only doing, or I mean, the thing is, I need to do, multiple tests at once. So doing, two at once is not necessarily the good thing. So maybe what I'll do is I'll have like I'll order two tests for a single booster, And then I'm gonna start ordering tests for like multiple boosters for batches, um, until we're at a reliability rating where I'm comfortable putting new boosters on that. Actually, let's open up. Yeah, let's go back, open it up, move it to the space hangar, and just resort it. I don't think that. Actually, no. I am gonna have to test the fairing part. Man, remember when we were actually testing Bluebird boosters? Like, we don't need to anymore. It's just gotten to the point where they're reliable enough. Alright, so let's load up a Chickadee 2A in here. So we're gonna get rid of all this. And I'm gonna separate it into its main parts. I don't think the couplers have a reliability rating. The main parts of the thing would be this. Although, to be fair, deleting the fairings was a bad idea. I have to actually have those fairings in place. Um, if I do want to, static fire the rocket. I mean, the other thought. Well, I mean, the other thought is that, we could just haul the rocket entirely on its own out onto the launch pad and just do a test fire, basically. Just with a small, no propellant in the upper stages, small amount in the lower stages. Yeah, let's do that. Um, yeah, because I do need to test the probe cores, but the problem is the probe cores come with the fairings, and it's not going to like me using them. Okay, I'm going to try one thing. So what happens if I do this? Yeah, it gets rid of the fairing. Hmm. I need to do that where it doesn't get rid of the fairing. Okay, so there it has the fairing. So let's first of all get rid of all that. I don't think these can fail very easily either. Are they on the decoupler list? Yeah, jettison not staged. Okay. Yeah, I don't think these parts can fail. So I'm just going to remove them and simplify the whole process. Those are actually a significant portion of the whole cost of the rocket. Wow. Modular launch pads. I'm actually going to buy what remains here. A custom category drop zone, interesting. Okay, yeah, here we have the static test stands. They're absolutely massive. For this. Okay. So how do I want to move it? So one of the things, at some point, I'm going to need to refocus this as the top part of the rocket. Hmm. How do I do this? This is gonna be very awkward to sort around how to split these two stages where the fairings just stay. Um, so let's say I make this the root part. Yeah, that's just gonna delete anyway. All right, so what I'm gonna do is, what does this do? Building plans? No, how do I switch to the VAB? There we go, switch editor. What I'm just gonna do is I'm just gonna have a loadout here. And we'll only static fire the first stage. It does mean that the engine is gonna be... Well, I mean, technically I think it would give a test for every single part of the booster. But, you know, I think this is gonna be worth it. So, solid fuel down to almost nothing. Your solid fuel down to almost nothing. Your fuel down to almost nothing. So I'm gonna put that chickadee to a test mode. So that's basically just ignite it and don't let it leave the tower. Basically just a static fire. That's the plan. Plan is to just basically static fire these and then haul them back. Um, yeah. I guess it'll have everything around it too. I am gonna save that. I'm actually gonna order one. And that's a chickadee 1A test mode. Yeah, okay, yeah. Save and build that. So now we're testing a 1 and we're testing a 2. Alright. Those should not fly at all. Um, but I mean, you know, the cost to test these is not that much, honestly. The other thought is that I just test them until the point where I could just test them until the point where I'm confident enough to launch stuff with them. Because it's like, you know, if it's 1,000, this is like 1,250 per test. That's almost nothing. Um, you know, maybe that's what I do instead of having them in test mode. Um, So what we're gonna do is we're not actually going to launch the first ones we test. What we're going to do is we're just gonna go through a test program of the primary parts and then scrap them. Basically, just scrap the primary parts um, until we get a booster that is reliable enough. The main thing is going to be the probe cores, I think. Um, or maybe we won't scrap like the booster and the engines. But I think I'll just scrap the old probe cores and until we get probe cores that are just reliable enough for regular flights. Although I think boosters and engines take a little longer, so I will hold on to those. Um, so that's the plan. And at some point we're probably gonna have to start like testing payloads too. The other thought is that I just put like possible common payload probe cores, which I want to test on it, and just like get those tested now. Although that doesn't necessarily mean that engines and fuel tanks on them will be tested. Um, although we do have some options for small fuel tanks that are very well tested, and engines as well. Like those little ball ones are pretty well tested. Although, I'd probably want something cheaper. So yeah, our standard test will be a Chickadee 2A. Uh, and I am going to get Vanguard's launch tower is really small. No, I wanted a engine test stand. Maybe I do the tower type. Although I actually want to reroute you as the main part. So, okay, so the parts here which don't matter are those. I'm actually trying to figure out how these clamp arms are supposed to work. Might be supposed to be aimed out this way. Alright, so that in mind, take that off, take you off, and then put you there. Alright, so then move this, move that, remove that. And now take this. Okay, yeah, that's good. I'll just move it into position later. Okay, so take this engine. Now put it there. Uh, go in. We don't need the flags. Don't need that, and you can delete the fairing. Okay, and then we can remove most of the fuel. Mm. come on. Give me this. Actually, no, not that. Give me the engine. So yeah, the early probe cores will basically be scrapped, maybe held on to, but like I don't intend on reusing them. But these are actually useful. Day to a test stand. Then I'm just gonna repaint you. That would take 3 days and 3 hours to build. So I'm just gonna order 3 of them right off the bat. They're cheap, and this should get a new rocket into service pretty quickly. Part of me wants to do something with that other booster, and part of me is like, you know what? I think what I've built here is good enough. Um, it's good enough to get the job I want done. And then the next thing would be cost optimizing Starling. Um, which is definitely an option. I'll see if I can make a good Starling 1G that's just better than the current 1E variant in every way. Um, I'm actually going to start moving some of these Chickadee 2 test stands up. It'll kind of get in the way of the Crow test, but, you know, it'll be fine. Crow does need something to be done first. So let's quickly work on Starling. And then once we're out, OMS 1 will be the next launch. I will say though, I'm gonna A, grab some water, and B, briefly leave just so I can feel what it's like to not have these headphones on my head. Because this is some pressure at this point. Wrong button. I'm back. Okay, let's get Starling 1E boot up. Man, I wish it was awake at better times, and I also wish it was like free at better times. Um, Owning a conure is like owning a toddler, and I don't have the time to stream, especially long sessions during the day, and I'm also not really awake during the day much right now. Okay, so I need to go down to Starling 1E. So CCSB is probably what we're looking at. This is 8032. Hmm. So that's 54 and 66. Hmm. Problem is that Chara is just too good. Um, so like I was checking it. How much is that? That's let me get the calculator back up. So that's 360. That is 2.5 liquid fuel for the cost. I want to see if any of these are better. I could unlock that for nothing. Okay. I'm trying to find something that isn't just objectively worse. That is like objectively much better. Um, Problem is it's too big. Well, I could accept an SRB burnout earlier. Like, that's cheaper for more fuel. Also, in a similar vein, really good fuel tank. That one's bad. That one's a decrease. That one's bad. Uh, okay, that's 135 for 300. Okay, so yeah, that one. Oh, actually, the lower the cost goes, the better. So I think that the Chara is actually not cost efficient the more I'm looking at it. All right, so let's just start putting fuel tanks down. All right, so this is 2.5. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark this as 2.5. I actually consider two of these to be a half. Okay. And I'm going to start listing these by how cheap they can go. So I need to find where the Chara is. I'm down way too low. So this is the Chara. The Chara's at 144. So we probably don't want that. Now, that's going to be worse. But I mean, this is going to be wider, but that is what? This is what? 315 or 180. It's actually way better. But again, it's too big. It's too wide. But the Mirabelle is 300 or 135, which is significantly cheaper. That's about 2.25. Two. So that should roughly signify the cost of that. No, that's 300 for 90. That's too much. Um, ooh, that's actually way better. Um, okay, so that's 300 for 90. That's worse, I think. Yeah, that's worse. So that would be 300 divided by 225. So this is actually really good. On the other hand, it is too big. But I do probably want to keep these around. Those are probably good pieces to just have on hand. Okay, so that is 280 for 72. That's kind of bad. Um, it would be 162. Yeah, that's 162 for, how much are you? 280. That'd be 1.72 if this winds up being a good stage choice. It is bigger though. Yeah, that's too big. So you are 108 or 280, which that's worse. Flashy is 275 for 225, which means that this is like 1.2. It's a lot more fuel though. But it is the right diameter. It's liquid fuel, 90 for 250, that's gonna be not great. 90 for 250 as well. I think that I've checked that one. That's 90 for 250, 99 for 220. I feel like that's just a little bit too small. So the pistache is again 200 for 99 liquid fuel, which is actually pretty good. And it is the right diameter. So that would be, that one's about 2. Myrtle is also 99 for 200. And is a little smaller. Okay, so that is a liquid fuel tank. It costs a lot and doesn't really do much. It's 200 for 20, that's gonna be bad. 200 for 20 is gonna be bad. 72 for 200. I mean, we're getting 99 for 200, so I don't see how that's all that viable. It's 27 for 180, that's gonna be bad. That's 72 for 180. Let's check that. Okay, so that is the same. Oh yeah, that's a char. That's gonna be the same cost. Um, that's 90 for 180. So are we using 1.25 meter diameter, or are we using like, that's a little bigger, a little too big. Um, it's 72 for 160. I feel like this is gonna be too big, but like, yeah, it's too big. 45 for 150, that's gonna be more expensive. The regular squad one, 45 for 150, 45 for 150, 45 for 150. Those are just like rebranded squad tanks. Um, I'm now realizing that these fuel spheres, despite how much fuel they contain, are actually really inefficient for their cost. 36 for 140. Um, so that's, okay, so this is 140, 54 for 140. Check that. That's actually more expensive. That's a cryo tank. So this is the one we're using on the other rocket. So that's like 45 for 120. That would be better than what we're getting here. That's small. That's the right size. So that's 100 for 36. I think that's worse. Yeah. Oh, let's check that. So that's 33.8 or 70. No. Yeah, okay, that's pretty cheap actually. So stick that one on the side. That's about a 2. And the vanilla is actually in that same boat. The baby is too small. That's too small. Too small. Um, Hold on. That would be 46.8. I gotta check this. I have to check this. Ah, it's a little too wide. Oh, it'll be 195 loaded too. It doesn't have much. All right, so I think we assessed everything here. So the best fuel tank for our usage is that. Um, the problem is that is also going to increase the weight of the rocket significantly. This is what we have on. No, wait, no. What we have on right now is that um, best choices are probably this set here. So let's check. So that is 0.42. That's also 0.42. And then this would be M09 Myrtle and Pistache. Or yeah, I don't think. Oh yeah, and then that's a Mirabelle. So Mirabelle is a little bit more expensive than the others. I probably don't want to be using it specifically. But then, okay, so these are 99 fuel. The same mass, 1.2. And then if we go and that's too small, right? Yeah. And if we go down all the way to a Chara size, wait, no, 5. Actually, do we have 80 for smaller, 0.5 meter? See, so that would be 400 for 144, which is, I mean, that's 300 or 360 for 144. All right, so that's 1.8. That'd be 1.8 tons. What I'm curious about is, would like this plus one of these increase our tonnage? How much would we weigh afterwards? Okay, so vanilla is the same. So that's 0.4219. 0.4219 plus we'd be looking at, where is it? Probably 1.2375. So this would clock in at 1.66 tons. Whereas a Chara is 1.8 tons. And how much fuel would we have? So that would be 99 plus 99 plus 41.3. We would have 4 units less of liquid fuel if we did this. Hmm. But again, it would weigh less. So, how much would 4 units of liquid fuel weigh? I'm curious now on weight. So, the char is... Okay, you know what? Let's see. So, we have 140.3 units of liquid fuel. And this weighs about 1.66. Okay, so 1.66 divided by 140.3 means that on average, well, I mean, it's not, this isn't an average liquid fuel. On average, our liquid fuel is weighing 0.011 or 12, a little under that, 118, 1183. Actually, no, 0.01183. There we go. Whereas if we go 1.8 divided by 144, that is 0.0125. So it is actually a little bit more. Yeah, that might be better. That might save more on weight. Although some of the cost savings I want to make with the first stage are gonna undo that. Um, so how much do these carry? Like 6.8 liquid fuel, but they're probably gonna cost too much. Okay, so you can't change color, but you look a little prettier. And would be less tall. So we could either do that, or we could do this. Actually, this. I feel like I'm not going to use the Mirabelle. The Mirabelle's bad. I'm just going to move that to the side. This would be shorter. This would be longer. Well, I feel like the overall rocket height is going to shorten. This is the other change I want to make. I think I like the cleaner look. I'll go with the cleaner look. So remove this, take those flags off, take that flag off, take that flag off. Um, Now I'm gonna temporarily put that down there. I think I'm gonna do the smaller tank up top, the bigger tank on the bottom, then put the fuel tank down. We're gonna have that there. Main flag is gonna go there. Second flag is gonna go here. Okay, so we've already shaved out off about, you know, a little bit of cost. This will be the Starling 1G. And then I might do Starling 1H with this, just to kind of see how that performs. The next step with the Starling 1G is to adjust this. Move that. Go into structural. Actually, go into coupling. These couplers are really cheap. Go into structural and get me a very specific thing. So how much is that? That's 120. But I think I want this. Okay, so we are now at 15.558 tons. Um, Removing some of the paint has helped to reduce the cost, because we would have had, actually, let's see how much we've reduced the cost by. So we would have had 3 additional flags. We have removed about a little over 100 from the cost. Um, but I think the next thing to do is to just kind of leave this lower section unpainted. I like that stripe. I think that stripe fits a little too well. I'll leave the stripe on. Um, that does just kind of help shave off a bit more of the cost um, of the vehicle. But I think the last thing, which is going to change, actually, first of all, that decoupler, is we could use, well, no, that decoupler is going away. That fairing is going away too. It's under payload, and it's this. Well, actually, we need a different decoupler. The mini stack separator, and then that. Because that mini stack separator is 1. Although, actually, this is too small. Shit. Um, I thought I was going to be able to get away with that. No. Alright, what's the cheapest payload fairing I can get? The Wallace is pretty cheap. I'm just kind of curious as to what happens if I do this. It does create a very weird bottom to the fairing. There's no way that that's aerodynamic. I have to find an extra adapter. Let's actually look in fuel tanks. See if there are any good choices. Which would kind of just decrease things. Actually, let's go back and look in coupling. Or in payload, actually. Okay, so we've managed to shave off about $1,000 from the cost of a Starling by doing this. By cost optimizing the shit out of the rocket. Has it gotten any lighter? 15.471. Okay, I'm gonna adjust the fairing. Okay, so build fairing. Might remove that. Actually, yeah, that cost a lot. So yeah, that's like 6,000 or 6,600 now for this. And we could probably cost optimize stuff even more by removing some of the payload. And this could make Starling a little bit more competitive again. Problem is, it's also kind of ugly. I might swap these out for the other tank so I can kind of have the top side of this look black. Alright, so fuel tanks. I want pistache. Oh, the pistache actually has my flag on it. So, that's no longer needed. And then we have a vanilla below that. Then put that on the payload flag can go here. Now we're a little taller than a regular Starling, but I can paint this black as well. I feel like this is an uglier rocket than an OG Starling. But man, has it shaved off a lot of cost. Um, do we have any more? What's our vacuum performance? We have 7,223 meters per second delta V in a vacuum. Part of me wants to like change the launch tower color. This looks way less clean than the earlier Starlings, but like I might need to use it. Um, Alright, so okay, so the mass here is 15.495 tons. Um, alright, hold on. That would be fairing. Fairing separation should be staged separately. These two should be staged separately. Let's check. So you have ignition. Oh, you should not be detaching this now. Yeah, that detaches later. And then we get this burn. Then the fairing stages. Actually, usually the fairing stage is in coast. So yeah, usually the fairing stage is like before we ignite this stage. So we'll do that, separate that, and then you can fire. Okay, so this is about 15.5 tons. I want to see how much an original Starling weighs. So I will save that as a Starling 1G, and then I'm going to open up a Starling 1E with a CCSB on it. Okay. Starling 1E weighs 15.679. We have reduced the mass of the Starling as well. Oh, okay, that actually worked. That actually worked really well. Um, yeah. And how much delta V? So that's 3 6 or 3 no 7396. There we go. Yeah, that is uh 7370. So it's actually about the same. Probably the small amount of delta V lost here, which is causing this or causing that. So even though our weight decreased, um, we lost a small amount of delta V. But like, that's a massive cost decrease though. Cost decrease is, pretty absurd. That's gonna keep Starling relevant for longer. Although what I'm curious about is if I go to the other version of Starling and just delete all the paint, how much does that decrease the cost by? Okay, it's prettier rocket, slightly better performance, and managed to save maybe like 400 and lose a tiny bit of delta V. Like 1,000 of that is just paint. Hmm. Like that's actually a decision. Do I want to fly unpainted Starling 1Es? Or would I rather go to the Starling 1G? Um, so I'll call this the Starling 1E U. Though actually, like how much additional can I save just with the decoupler? Because that would be a caster size 0. I could be saving a lot of money with just the decoupler. So yeah, my cost saving measures were maybe not as extreme as they could be. And that actually gains more delta V. I might just call this the 1E2 or the 1E upgraded or the 1EU. Um, because I mean this is still like the cost savings were not doing as much as I thought they would be on the 1G. Although I probably do want to go to the launch pads and like add an antenna to the top because that would look nice. So yeah, that's a Starling 1E upgraded with a CCSB on it. So that's 6,900, whereas a Starling 1G would be 6,600, saving a small amount per launch. But this does make this a more attractive rocket to launch on compared to Robin. It does really bring Starling back into the spotlight. And I mean, I still think Robin's gonna do a lot more missions than Starling. Actually, let's go back to the Starling 1G. It is a small meter per second or small meter per second delta V loss. The other thought is I really want to incorporate that guidance system into it. Although I might just like start incorporating a star tracker on CCSBs. Actually, I think that's what I'll do. I think the CCSB will just get a star tracker and allow these launches to be easier. Um, Although I'd have to mess around with some stuff to get all the launch vehicles properly ready. But yeah, the one thing I wanted to mess with is these fins down here. Now, if we go into aerodynamics, okay, so let's say I get like an all-moving control surface. Actually, no. Actually, that's what's on the other one. Those are control surfaces. These are control surfaces. Where is these are also control surfaces. Okay, so these are yeah, the winglets it has are 200. That is a propulsion fin. How does that work? Just rockets attached to the fin. Why? Oh, my guess is as the fins turn, it'll have some gimbling. The other thought is an all-moving procedural control surface. Um, so that's 6559. These are cheaper. Um, I think I'm gonna reduce this. That shaves even more cost off. Actually, I'm wondering if all the weight came back with the fairing. Oh. It's not tested and really doesn't. Okay, so these are small enough parts that is it considering them physicsless? Hmm. Control deflect it's saying is 20. Oh, come on. Okay, so it will not let me click on that anymore. Okay, so that's the rotation point. Okay, so I think that's just all glitched out at this point. I'm just not gonna bother, and I'm just gonna use like one of these instead. So these have a bit less control, but you know, I think they'll still work. And Sterling 1G is ugly, but it does shave off a significant amount of cost. Um, Especially if I think if I reduce that CCSB down by like a fuel tank, um, I mean, as a standard launcher, this could be pretty good. As a standard Starling launcher, this could be pretty solid. Um, 7394. This might have actually gone. I think it's still down. Actually, no, that might have gone up. That might have gone up. The thing I wanted to check was in coupling, whether this little bit of not coupling, payload, Whether is this weighing more than what I had before? That's actually really light. No, it's weighing slightly more. Eh. That's a significant, that's like a doubling in cost. Actually, that could be fun. Octo compact bus. It's just a container for storing stuff inside. Actually, that could be fun too. I know it's a significant cost to buy it right now, but I'm looking at these parts and I'm like, that does actually look solid. I would love to get this fairing on it. I mean, that's like 80 for a pretty damn good probe core. Prograde, retrograde, hold radial, normal attitude hold. Whereas the probe core we're currently using doesn't do any of that. This is a QBE, right? Yeah, stability assist and prograde, retrograde hold for significantly more. I think I will leave the CCSB as it is for now, but I'll probably develop another couple variants of it. And then the thing I wanted was in control. Yeah, a star tracker. Okay, so I'm going to call the Starling 1G CCSB. I'm going to save it. I think... Oh wait, no, the one thing I want to add to this is little tower here. Be cool little like light gray. I don't know if we're, I don't. Are we building a new pad for this or not? If we're not building a new pad for this, you know, I'm just gonna set these all to red. We're gonna assume that these. I mean, this is operating on on basically the same pad to Starling 1E, so it's just gonna get painted red. Um, since Starling 1E also has the red pad, I'm assuming that this variant is just being made as a modification, so we can assume that they're basically using the same pad. Um, yeah. I am, however, uncertain that this can launch on, unupgraded pads. Or frankly, any of the upgraded Starlings can. But yeah, let's save this as the Starling 1 CCSB. And then we're going to throw this little tracker onto the CCSB. I'm unsure where to put it. Maybe there. So this will be a cubic compact satellite bus U. Actually, no, not U. It'll be 2. B2. Actually, So yeah, let's save that. Um, I'm trying to feel if I'm gonna want to fly. I'll probably want to fly or have a Starling 1E as an option for CCSB 2s. I'll probably also want Starling 1H. Um, I think 1H will probably just get the CCSB 2 and other similar things. And I might not actually want to standardize on the CCSB 2 much longer. Alright, you know what, let's save this as a prefab. CCSB2. So I can move that to the Starling 1E if I want to. Um, but I think I am going to work on a new probe design. So if we're sorting by cost, that is on the cheaper side. The avionics package is here though, for like 350. So let's keep this. Let's remove these fuel tanks as they're not particularly efficient. They're very space efficient, but they're not very cost efficient. Um, Probably want the engine and the battery. I'll keep the flag. I'll keep those. I'll keep that. I'll keep that, and I'll keep these. Actually, you know what? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep the probe core. I like the probe core. That cubic probe core is nice. I'm gonna swap out the fuel tanks. So this is the part which is getting swapped out. And stuff will probably have to be uh, turned around. So those are Andromeda Sphere fuel tank Bs. These are 300 for 13.5 liquid fuel, which is a fuel to cost ratio of 22.2. Um, so I'm just gonna put one of these down. Oh no, that's 22.2. That's bad. From a mass perspective, I need to write this down. Let's see. So 22.2. Um, and then it is from a mass perspective. So 0.1688 is the mass, and it carries 13.5, which means that would be 0.0125. Okay, so we're with four of them. It is 13.5 times 4, so we want 54. We want 54 liquid fuel. Let's start up here. So these multi-purpose tanks are cheap. That's 9 liquid. This is 9 liquid fuel for 11. That's a fuel cluster. Okay, so we want 54 liquid fuel. So, okay, so these are 11.18 divided by, we're getting 9. It's 1.24. I just want to make sure that's not lying to me in any way. No, it's not. That's 18. This is 18 or 22.36. Yeah, the same ratio. 18 times 3. So 3 of these would get me the same amount of fuel. It's obviously a lot less compact. Um, but it's a lot more cost efficient. Actually, that's 27. Although that's like way big. That's also way big, but like that saves a lot. I think I am gonna build Warbler, and I'm gonna build Warbler with those fuel tanks. Warbler's gonna be cursed. Um, so what is the mass ratio on these? So that's 0.075 for 54. Is that right? Oh, it is, no, 0.675 tons when full, which is pretty much the same. Hmm. I want this. I want a satellite with this style of tank. Because that significantly cuts down on my cost. It's the same amount of liquid fuel I had anyways, and I just need a small fairing increase to do it. Um, so I'm gonna delete the fairing. Uh, I think this is gonna become a standard for starlings now. I'll see what I can do for Robin or for regular CCSBs if there is really any good choice for this. But like, let's say I do this. I put this here. I put this here. Do a compact. Um, just kind of around the center. So this would kind of have to be shifted upwards, I think, to get look okay. Hmm. Ah, is it worth bothering with? I want to bother with this. You know what? No, cancel. Um, I want to bother with this so badly. Seriously? Okay, so I gotta go in. I gotta remove this. Hmm. 18 for 70. That's not worth it. Okay, let's see if we just do one of these normally. How many of these do I need? I think I need 6. Like this many. So there's no way it can be as compact. Um, I feel like what I'll do is I will resave this as the Starling 1G and then put the CCSB and CCSB2 back on top of it. Although maybe what I'll do is I just won't even put the CCSB on top of it. I'm just gonna start using CCSB 2s. And, you know, Starling 1G will kind of become my main rocket. I don't... If I do this, I don't see any advantage to the Starling 1E anymore. But yeah, Starling could come back in full force from this, presuming I do it right. So what we want is we want this. Just the problem right now is the way this is attached to this stage. So I think what I should do is this. Problem now is putting stuff on top of this. So we are taking a mass hit here. Um, for a significant cost decrease. But it's not much of a mass hit if I'm smart about it. I'm actually going to sort this by mass. Like, an octagonal strut is cheap. That's really lightweight too. That's pretty lightweight. I don't want to use it here. You know. What's some stuff I want to look into? Maybe payload related? Like this. So we have added 0.01 tons. Alright, so let's extend these. Hmm. So you can go up there. I need to figure out how to get these solar panels in. Say I do this. Actually, honestly, I might change out the solar panels. I think that's what it'll do. There were other models I was certainly considering. Okay, so these can track the sun. They're big. They are sun tracking. Um, so yeah, that should work. Track the panel, and then we can just place these inside. Holy crap, the amount of money we're saving on this. It is 5,000 to launch this rocket. We probably did lose a little, we lost about 100 meters per second of additional delta V. But like if I need to, I could put an extra stage on it. So it's not quite as far reaching as, the previous vehicle. I'm gonna need a name for this stage. And then I'm gonna go back and put the other versions of the CCSB on this. Is everything in here still ordered properly? So you detach, and then staging happens. And then yeah, you detach, and then you fire. Just to make sure, these are two-sided. Chicken Force 500. Battery safety rating on the Wallace is okay, so yeah, we are gonna have to test these. This is something which is going to need to be put on a test stand first. There's gonna be multiple things with Starling 1G that'll have to be put on a test stand before we can fly any of them. Um, the fairings will be put on the test stand, but they're not gonna be like recovered. I don't think. Although if I grab the like exact copy of the fairing and do that, actually that should be fine. Just so that battery doesn't have issues. And then the these will have to be tested, and that'll have to be tested. And then those can both be done separately. Or, we could do that all at the same time. That might work. I could definitely build a test stand around that. Around those three items. And just getting them up to snuff and starting to fly, whatever this is. What do I call the satellite bus? Maybe I do like the lightweight. Well, it's not lightweight. Maybe the low cost or low cost. Yeah, I'll call it the low cost cubic bus. And then I'll have a second version of it where I actually swap the fuel tanks out for this. So I'll call this that. Um, maybe not long. Yeah, no, I'll call it long. So they'll be long and then they'll be short. Oh god, I gotta sneeze. Maybe not. Oh, there's a flag in there. I need to move that flag. Yeah, that flag is now gonna be underneath the solar panels. Alright, so that will be a Starling 1G with an LCCBL. Um, maybe I will have like an improved Starling 1E variant with a with this on it. Although I don't know, I feel like that little bit of extra Delta V that Starling 1E gets is probably just not worth it. It's such a small difference, and you know, I basically managed to cut the cost of the rocket down to 5,000. Like from 8,000 to 5,000. And that is going to make Starling a lot more relevant again. Because Starling was kind of about to get retired, but I think 1G's just going to bring it back. Um, okay, so actually, no, I have a CCSB2 already saved. So let's go back to that other one. So I'm going to replace the CCSB and the CCSB2 variants. Hello, Patrick. Yeah, this is a lot of like trying to get different rocket variants to work. I have cost optimized the shit out of, an older rocket design I had. It was 8,000, now it's 5,000. But I forgot to put one thing on here. So it's gonna be like 5,200 or something. Um, I'm gonna need the short one. Oh damn, what mods am I running? Let me get the mod list here. I forgot to have it pulled up. What is it? Actually, hold on. It should be in the description. Mod list should be in the description. I think you should be able to see it. Let me just check. Yeah, it's in the description. Um, but yeah, there are a lot of them. All right, so I need the star tracker. That is in control. So there's the star tracker. I think that's where the star tracker is gonna go. Just kind of in there with the two reaction wheels. I'm gonna move the reaction wheels slightly out so they aren't really clipping with each other. Oh, I can have an end cap on here. Hmm. Actually, it would be better on the other end. I'm now realizing. Oh, it's Feld. Hello, Feld. I did not realize it was you. Um, I do not recognize the username, so obviously, yeah. Hello, Feld. Fun to see you here. Is there something going on like the Discord right now, which I need to keep an eye on? Or you're just checking in because you saw me streaming? Oh, come on. Why'd that get stuck? Oh, no worries. Okay, good. Um, yeah, so now we're having the weird fairing issues now, where they just kind of start randomly closing in. Um, that should be rotated more to the side here. I believe that is correct, and then this needs to go up. That just gives the solar panels more clearance. So now, if I want to go on this and put an end cap on it, the end cap's on this side. Did you see Victoria 3? Yeah, I don't play a lot of Paradox games. I mean, okay, I mean Prison Architect, but they bought that one. Other than that, like, really only Stellaris is the main one I've touched. I think I tried to boot up one of their other ones, but yeah, it just didn't do much in it. Actually, if I'm even gonna have the, I'm gonna get rid of the end cap because of the star tracker in here. Oh, it's bad. To be fair, they kind of start out worse and then get better. Stellaris is fun, yeah. I wouldn't be too surprised if like Victoria 3 is one of those games where it's like bad at the start and then gets better. Okay, so that will be a Starling 1G with an LCCBL. And then I'm gonna have a separate version where this, hold on, without that or that, is instead replaced with, oh, there's an even longer version down there. I'll buy that. I don't know. There's some fundamental things wrong with it. Okay, it doesn't surprise me that much. Oh, it's hydrogen. I was hoping that was not a hydrogen tank because I'm not super interested in hydrogen tanks. So what did I want? What did I want? Something I was looking for here. So we got that. We got this. That's what I want. This is the only way I can get it to fit. And after 2 hours, there's no war system in the game. Is wait, there's no war system? Okay, so this is gonna become like a half fuel model of it. Um, no war, basically automated, and you have no input. Wow, that is a decision. I can understand why people don't like it now. This is an not E S short. Okay, so this is gonna be a standard, fairly standard satellite bus. Considering moving this and then just moving these down again. Now, first time to the Mun, good luck. I've been to the Mun Well, I haven't. Okay, I mean, personally, I have gotten like Kerbals on the Mun in my own saves. I've not done that on this save yet, but I have done, you know, probes to the Mun already. So already covered the bases there. Well, not entirely. I still need to get Kerbals. That mission is still in planning, and because of Kerbal construction time, everything's gonna take longer. And random parts failures and stuff. So I got to be like extra careful. Okay, so I think that's gonna be good for the LCCBS. But I have landed like Kerbals on other bodies before in regular thing. I actually had to explore the system more than I thought just to get Kerbals out to, or more than I was planning to get Kerbals out to Easter eggs with like no intention of recovering them for something Squad did when the game fully released. All right, so that's gonna be the LCCBS. So I will save that. And now I'm gonna reroute here. Grab you, take you off. Go to sub-assemblies. So I'll grab the CCSB. Overwrite that. And then the CCSB2. Just to change the fairing shape, because I want that to stay consistent. Come on. I will say though, I've crashed into Minmus in this campaign. Intentionally. Change name. Um, compact or cubic satellite bus. Save. Overwrite that. Now let's actually save the other satellite buses I have. So an LCCBL I need to save, and the LCCBS I need to save. Um, okay, so what is this again? I'll just save it as that, and then the LCCBS. Needs more boosters. So I have a random parts failures mod on. So SRBs can fail to ignite, which is why I'm actually kind of worried by more boosters, because if I have a lot of boosters and I, launch the rocket and one of them fails, that's a mission failure. Whereas I feel like I can handle like gimbling or multiple hand or gimbling liquid fuel engines better, and I'm not sure that they have startup failures. They have other kinds of failures, but no, not specifically that one. All right then. So I guess the last thing I need to do is I need to be able to sufficiently test these fuel tanks. Um, assume the star tracker. Yeah, the star tracker doesn't matter. Yeah, it's test the fuel tanks. I don't think that the decoupler matters, and the fairing. And how am I gonna do that? Well, let's remove everything unnecessary. Remove the name. Remove that. Uh, fairing is rooted. I'm gonna take that off. Like, all of this is so sufficiently tested. Oh yeah, the solar panels need to be tested too. Um, I'll keep the engine. Let's get a test stand. Wherever they are. Rotate it upright. There we go. Thank you. Alright, so let's just move all this down. Move that over to the side. So I'm just gonna imagine that the fairing's just kind of like stuck here. I'm gonna put this little setup down here. Do that, and then get a couple of solar panels. Actually, I'm gonna get, I'll get 4 solar panels. Actually, no, I'll only get 2. Okay, so I'm gonna call this, okay, Starling 1G. I'll do test stand Starling 1G, and I'll say LCEBS. And then, just this. I don't want that fairing to go. And, decrease the fuel. Okay, so save that. I'm gonna order 2 of these. And then actually here, I need to grab the engine from this. Grab a fuel tank, and then after this, I think we do a launch. Get it down to compact structure just to make sure that, there's no shenanigans with the test stand in this. I'll just kind of clip that into the test stand just to make sure there aren't any issues. Alright, save that. Give me 2 of them. Alright. So I think that's everything for Starling 1G setup. Um, and hopefully 1G will be able to take over from 1E soon. Because we do still have a 1E on the launcher. Or, a 1E getting ready. But I think, at this point, 1E's probably done for. Even if 1G is uglier than 1E. I think I've just optimized. Or 1G is just so much more optimized. It's a lighter rocket, and it costs less. And it only has very slightly less performance. I think I am going to move an LCCBL. I'll launch Kidder first. That LCCBL will actually be on the build list, and I'm going to move the other LCCBL up on the build list too. Alright, so we're going to roll out OMS1. Next thing completing is RepoSat2, and then Kitter. So yeah, I'll move, yeah, so Cisco 1, and then Kershaw. I'll actually move Kershaw up. And then the SPH, we have some crow tests and some chickadee tests. Okay. Let's get OMS's rollout done. OMS1's rollout will be done. We're also less than a day now from Minmisat 11's arrival. I need to actually look at the orbit for OMS1. So OMS1 is, it's a blue dog, but I forget what kind of orbit. So it's not that mission, it's not anything to Minmis, it's not anything to Minmis, it's not anything to the moon, it's not anything to Minmis, it's not anything to Minmis. It's not Minmis, it's not Minmis. It's not that, it's not that. It's not that. It's not that. It's not that. I think it's this. I think it's the Geophysical Survey of Kerbin. It's not that. It's not that. Yeah, it's Geophysical Survey of Kerbin. Alright. So I gotta check what our launch is. So destination Kerbin, situation orbit. Apo between 6 million and 7 million with a peri below 250,000 meters. Inclination between 32 and 90 degrees. So we're going to need to get data from high in space above the northern and southern ice shelves, as well as low in space. Okay. So the launch profile is this is basically going to a polar orbit. I can probably go to like any polar orbit I want. Well, not any polar orbit I want. But yeah, polar orbit, high inclination polar orbit. Let me actually get that on the sheet. This is to a high inclination polar orbit. All right, BDB OMS 1 is go. And I feel like today is going to be a lot of launches and like a lot of testing because now Chickadee's in production. Starling 1G is going to, the extra parts on that are going to be in early testing. Yeah. Well, I'll actually probably have to go back in and actually mess with the action groups on the solar panels and such for our Starling 1G launches. As you know, the last, we're gonna come up on the last Starling 1E launch ever, probably. Unless I need to like get one in before the components for 1G are tested, but I think those components are just gonna get tested, quickly enough. Um, Come on, load. You can see what the issue is. This many mods has some loading time issues. Actually, at this point, Starling 1G might probably cost less than the original, like, Starling 1A. Alright, so, in terms of launch trajectory, we are going to launch to the south. Like, directly to the south. It is night, so we can hardly see anything. Hopefully that'll change when the engines ignite. SAS on. Alright. This is the launch for OMS-1 for the Blue Dog Bureau. We are going to a near polar orbit, trying to get gravity scans from the ice shelves, as well as additional scans. This is on a Robin 1B. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, engine ignition, liftoff of Robin as it takes our payload into space. I believe I have to press S to get Robin in the correct direction. Gravity turn has begun. Robin is on a good trajectory at the moment. And also, Robin is just completely going to be unaffected by Starling 1G. Starling 1G is not taking over Robin's role. I think the rocket, which I'm most concerned about, might actually be Bluebird. I don't know. Bluebird's gonna get missions. It's just, Robin's really good at stuff. Robin is going supersonic. He'll have a lot of time left in that booster. Currently still on a nominal trajectory. Robin is continuing a pitch down range. We can I can barely see anything here in terms of like the planet. I mean, I can see obviously the rocket. Robin's getting pretty hot now. Pitch over continuing. First stage has burned out. Current APO is 109 meter or 109 kilometers up. Robin will be going for fairing separation now. Good fairing separation confirmed. Robin will be going for stage separation and second stage ignition. Second stage ignition is confirmed. Robin will be pitching over sideways after separating from its stage and doing second engine startup 2. Second engine startup 2 is a go. Robin will now be burning to the intended orbit, and we're gonna just try to make this like a single straight shot. Let me get the contracts pulled up. Nope, 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 nope. Actually, yeah, it's that one. There we go. So, okay, so... Oh yeah, we're low in space now, so, oh wait, no, that's polar orbit and min-miss. I want this one. I don't know why that just spontaneously unchecked. So we are going to have to hold for 1 day on this orbit as well. Given that we are starting to approach close to Apple, we are going to be aiming up slightly. Actually, I'm going to aim up more. I'm going to aim up more. I think I want us getting to a bit of a higher altitude. Maybe here. Maybe here. Inclination is currently good. Actually, no. We're gonna stay a little bit here. Alright. Actually, I'm gonna pitch down. I'm gonna pitch down somewhat. Stop that. Stop opening these. Robin is confirmed in orbit. Please stop opening these. Slow down. Seriously, stop opening that. Oh wait, no, that's the geophysical survey of Kerbin. Come on. Game, stop lagging. Game is lagging now. Thank you. Alright, Apo's at a good altitude. Perry is at a good altitude. We're confirmed in orbit, going for stage separation. Stage separation is confirmed. And second stage engine is, or probe engine is now enabled. Small burn just to get us away from the other stage. Solar panels and antenna have deployed. So we need to get magnetometer scan and that. Experiment. We're currently not in the sunlight, so I would much rather get into the sunlight before attempting any electrical charge. You are on hibernate and warp. Alright. Review data. Transmit. Actually, just scrap that data. There's nothing I can get out of it. View data. Alright, one part is complete. There is a second part we have to do. That would be the gravity scans. Gravity scanner is deployed. Confirmation, we are going to need to pass over the ice shelves. Are we over the ice shelf now? I really hope we are. Yes, we are. Alright, so then I'll add a maneuver there. And add an alarm. 30 minutes. I know, an updated version is available. I don't really care. So, oh god, that's between Minmus. Oh, okay. I think I'm gonna have enough time to do this, cause that is 1 day and 30 seconds later, and I set all my alarms to be 30 minutes before. But man, this is gonna be a juggle here. Yeah, that's gonna be a juggle. Let's go back to the Space Center. This is gonna get interesting, because we got RepoSat coming up next. RepoSat's launch is the next thing I have to do. Then we have the orbital insertion of Minmisat 11, followed up by, and that'll be in like, 5 hours. In game time. Like 40 minutes after that insertion is getting the other piece of data for that satellite. And maybe like 40 minutes after that, like maybe not 40 minutes, a bit after that, like, hour or something after that, is Minmisat 10's insertion into Minmus orbit. In the meantime, these Minmisats are also, Minmisat 11 is probably going to have to do another maneuver to get into its intended orbit, as well as Minmisat 10. So there's going to be a lot of stuff I'm about to be juggling. This is where the campaign gets fun, when I'm having to juggle a bunch of missions at once. Because, yeah, I'm trying to make money. It is a difficult Kerbal campaign. Alright, reconditioning the launch pad is the next thing. And that will happen just before RepoSat 1. Or just before RepoSat. Is it RepoSat 2? It might be RepoSat 2. I think it is RepoSat. Yeah, RepoSat 2. It'll be just before RepoSat 2's launch. I should also mark that other launch down as like a complete success. Because that was a complete success. Alright. Time for RepoSat 2. Where's RepoSat 2 going? RepoSat 2 is a MUN mission. Which means that it can be rolled out and launched immediately. Oh god, it usually takes about a day to get to the MUN as well. Which is an oh god situation. Alright, Sunrise launch. Sunrise equatorial launch. This'll be fun. Yet another Robin 1B. I kind of wonder if RepoSat 2 would have actually been a good target for Starling. Yeah, I think it would have been. This would be the sort of thing I'd try to put it, or I'd try to put in the future on a Starling 1G, and probably save about like 6,000 or something on this mission. I'm kind of hoping that just saving that extra funds is going to help me out, even though I spent like over 100,000 on upgrading parts. But I mean, every single Starling, or Starling 1E I replace is going to be about 3,000 funds back, and every single Robin 1B I replace with one of these would be more around, what would that be? Like that would be more around like 5,000 funds back, 6,000 funds, probably about 5,000 funds. So as long as Starling 1G gets like maybe 30 launches, it'll have been worth it. And all the upgraded stuff I got can be applied to other stuff too. That being said, 30 launches is a lot to ask of a rocket which has a limited role, and Chickadee might wind up being better. But I think some of these parts will also be used later on, so I'm taking a cost hit now for, future savings. Like, I mean, these fuel tanks are exceptionally, well, I wouldn't say exceptionally light for what they are, but they're exceptionally cheap for what they are. Alright. SS on, throttle is up. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, booster ignition, and liftoff of RepoSat 2 headed to the MUN. Vehicle has begun pitching down range. Currently, vehicle looks nominal. SR, or, okay, game is lagging. Reality is lagging. P80 flight curve, or P80 thrust looking nominal. Sunrise looking nominal. Oh, that's gorgeous. Flight trajectory is slightly off. Vehicle will be adjusting. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, I like that. The little red glow on the rocket as the sun rises, or Kerbal rise. Vehicle is continuing to pitch down range. Trying to keep it on trajectory. It's probably a bit windy today. Yes, I do have a mod that adds wind. Kerbal mods are great. Okay, yeah, that's a cool screenshot. Look at that. Rocket just rising above the horizon. And, you can kind of see, not like a straight daylight Terminator, but, you can visibly see it. Robin is getting quite hot, as is expected at this time in its launch profile. We have P80 burnout. Robin is currently in a coast phase until it gets, significantly less hot. Robin is now significantly less hot. We are go for fairing separation. Fairing separation confirmed. We're going for stage separation. Stage separation is confirmed. Although we now have shut off of the upper stage as the vehicle will pitch over. Not first stage, second stage. Second stage has reignited. I feel like I'm going to start adding a star tracker to, I feel like I need to upgrade these to CCSB V2s as well. Wait, no, don't do that. Yeah, there we go. The, uh, ghost profiles on the RMA3 look fine. The Cursed is, fuel profiles on Cursed performing nominally. Cursed looks nominal. Flight profile looks nominal. Vehicle is actually pitching down a little bit. Oh, fuck! Accidental staging event. Accidental staging event. We've had an accidental staging event. Alright, we have a lot of Delta V in this stage. I'm not super concerned. Oh god. Point prograde. Fire. We're not yet in orbit. Fuck, 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 fuck. We've confirmed deployment of all that. Actually, we will wait for Apo. We will wait for Apo. Oh god, this is a mission fail. Alright. How much does it take to get out to the Mun? If we had a second maneuver, can we do it? Okay. That's 800, that's 300. I don't think we have enough fuel. Fuck me! That was an accidental press of the spacebar. Ugh, that's so annoying! Like, I will see what I can do. Ah, fuck. Alright, you know what? Here's what. Here's what. We need to save as much Delta V here as we can. So that periap is 133,000. It should not be 133,000. It should be 70,000. Bare minimum. Um, Point at the maneuver node. All right, so it's a 19-second burn. Oh God, we do not have a lot of delta V here. I'm gonna see if I can make it work. Start burn at T-9. And I'm just gonna try to shut this off as precisely as possible. Are we good? Are we good? Are we good? We're good. Okay. We have 1059 meters per second of delta V left. I feel like that burn was reported to be 230, and that didn't quite use 230. I think we have more delta V than it says. Because sometimes the rocket seemed to glitch out. Okay. Hmm. That is 825.8 meters per second to get to the moon's orbit. I mean, you know what? This is CCSB with most of its fuel. I think that thing's lying. I think we have more delta V than it says. Um, Probably have twice as much delta V as it says. I'm gonna be relying on Kerbal Space Program's delta V counter being wrong. I think this maneuver will be enough. But yeah, I'm gonna be trying to reduce the amount of delta V I need to use as much as possible. But I like have to focus view on the mun. Actually get an idea. Alright, so we're gonna begin this burn. 57, that would be 30 plus 7, 33, T minus 33 seconds. Burn started. Okay, yeah, it's totally lying to us about how much delta V we have. I am not actually greatly concerned anymore. Um, I mean, CCSBs have a lot of delta V. Like, okay, we should have used almost all of our delta V there. We did not. Alright, 30 minutes before. Yeah. You know, it was saying that we had 1,000 meters per second of delta V and that we would use up like 830 of it. In the end of that, we have used up just over 200. So we have like 4 times as much delta V as it's saying. Presumably. Something with the mass calculations is wrong and it's added extra weight to my vehicle. Or, thought that the efficiency of the engine is lower. We're not at 787. we're probably at like 3 or 4 times that. Okay. I'm gonna go back to the Space Center here, and I'm gonna enter in the information. Repo set 2, I'm gonna say is a partial failure. Alright, so what's the next thing? So reconditioning. Oh god, Repo set 2 is following OMS 1. Okay, so what's gonna happen is we're gonna get the alarm for Reposat 2 while we are having to do OMS 1's mission completion. And then we're gonna have to swap to Reposat 2 immediately. Um oh god, yeah. This is juggling flights. This is what I mean when I say juggling missions. LC1 is reconditioning. But that next thing on the itinerary is not actually. Is it a min-miss set 11? It's min-miss set 11. It's actually min-miss set 11. Oh god. We have a vehicle test rolling out now too. Oh god. In 11 minutes. Space program's busy. I had for a while unbusied it. But no, it's busy now. This is juggling a lot of different missions. Okay. I will say that is the first partial failure of Robin. Um, Robin has not had a partial failure before that. But yeah, that's the first one I'm gonna call a proper partial failure in, major, staging before it was in orbit. It might also be the first cursed, which or cursed, yeah, the first cursed upper stage, which just hasn't gotten to orbit yet, or which didn't get to orbit. Most of them do, but that one got staged too early because I accidentally tapped the space bar. But I think I'll still be okay. Because I mean, it's a Robin. It'll be, or it's that's a CCSB. Those things have a lot of fuel in them, or a lot of delta V. Okay, close the alarm. Now here we have a curse that is still attached to its vehicle. So if you want to, okay, that's Kerbal Motions. Okay, that's Kerbal Motions. It's Nova Punch. Um, so no, Minmisat 10 is the Nova Punch. I think Minmisat 12 is this. This is a Blue Dog mission. And I have to see specifically which one. So it's not that. Um, that's rad. Perform a magnetometer scan, magnetometer scan, magnetometer scan, magnetometer scan. So this is what this one is. So I found what our mission is here. Not any of these. I'm just gonna default close them all. Okay, so we need it in a somewhat elliptical orbit. Okay, apoapse is between that, periapse is below that, and inclination is between those. So this would be normally getting it in orbit. Actually, what's our periapse? That would be good. What is the inclination it's saying here? So it's a period. Inclination would be 6.1 degrees. Okay. So what we'd, well, okay. You know, I'd probably do a little thing like that. That'd be 22.6 degrees. This orbit would be good, and then we just have to, at the periapse, decrease the apo. Although, I would have to slow down a little more. Fortunately, our time warp is going to be slow because of this. Close alarm, close alarm. Delete that message. Need to figure out the thing which, let me roll it out. There we go. Oh wait, no, that's just a launch. Never mind, it doesn't have to be rolled out. Um, we'll have to roll out Kidder though. Okay, I'm gonna do a half throttle burn at T minus 9 seconds from here. There's min miss and there's min miss at 9. I think what'll actually, well, okay. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna separate it. I'll make the decision. I'll put it in its final orbit and then I'll separate it from the upper stage. Mm, 12, 11, 10, half throttle. 5, 4. Readjust onto maneuver node. I'm gonna start using that star tracker from now on. Alright. Maneuver confirmed. Periapsis is 10,000 meters. Inclination is currently 23.5 degrees. At the periapsis in 3 hours. Which thankfully seems juggleable. We need to get our Apo down to what? Between 36 and 42,000. About 40,000 maybe? That'll work. Alright, so Minmaset 11's alarm is now set for then. Fun. Alright, back to the Space Center. I think now it is time to, launch the test vehicle for Crow. We will follow that up shortly with Kidder. The Kidder Space Telescope's gonna have to launch. But that should be fine. I might even do some science on Kidder. You know, while we're there. See if we can get Kidder's primary mission done. And then we got a bunch of stuff to juggle. And I think once we're done juggling a bunch of stuff, what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to close and restart the game. Although it is very possible that, you know, I'm never going to finish juggling stuff. But, you know, the game does start to have issues at a certain point. I would actually like to, like, close and shut down my computer. Actually, I could do that. I did, like, a part 1 and a part 2. Why not? Why not get, like, you know, why not just have a brief computer shutdown? Well, actually, by the time I get all these missions done, I think it'll be you know, time for me to hop off anyway. Because I could imagine that taking the full, like, 3 hours I intend to stream left. It is 3 hours, right? Yeah, about 3 hours. Yeah, OMS1 and RepoSat2 are gonna have maneuvers at almost the same time. Oh, dear God. A lot of missions. A lot of missions going on. Yep. And I am thinking about trying to design another rocket using those near future fuel tanks. Because, like, those are cheap and lightweight for how much fuel they have. Although I'll be honest, if I am designing a rocket with those, it might just be more favorable to look at balloon tanks. At the at the size those things are at. Come on, get me my crew capsule. Give me my crew capsule test game. This is what I mean when I say loading pain. All these mods cause so much additional loading time. I wish that they didn't. Okay, there we go. Cool. I hear it. I hear it. I hear it. Hear it. Hear it. Hear it. Can you hear it? Is that not being picked up by the noise gate? Hold up. Yeah, I don't have any audio filters in the desktop. You should hear that, right? Low hum. Low hum from the wind. Alright, so this isn't actually going to separate anything. Oh, the launch abort system may have not had these extra monoprop engines fire when I did the test. That might be a problem. Alright, so that is one of our crew capsules fully tested. I will when I actually do build a crewed crow rocket, which actually we can order that now. That's enough things tested to order one. Oh god. We could fly crow. Not tonight, but like crow could be added to the building list. It would be far enough back that like right now I shouldn't do it, but like I after Kidder I could see doing it. Well, maybe, no, maybe I do that now. Maybe I do that now. Maybe we do get Crow. Um, yeah, I think we got to go for Crow. First test flight of it. Which will be, first test flight will be uncrewed. Second test flight will be crewed. Um, the loading screens are very painful. But yeah, we have tested fuel tanks. We have the tested capsule. I think Crow is ready to go. Um, nice test of the Crow of the crewed version of Crow. This is also a thought where no. I should test it first. I should make sure that everything works before I even consider putting Kerbals on the damn thing. Um, because Crow is a much more complicated rocket than the previous Starling. Yeah, Starling 1C crew, the previous crewed flight, and I gotta make sure it works. And at that point, Starling had already been tested a couple times and had performed like very adequately, like perfectly. Whereas, again, Crow has not been tested yet. This would be the first test flight of Crow. The other thing is, part of me is like, maybe I could get 2 in, but I feel like that would, no, I feel like that would be bad. Um, so this is a Crow 1A crew. Okay. Um, okay, so the thing I want to do is on the action keys. Oh, not that. Not you, not you. These guys. Oh yeah, they are activated on abort. Okay, good. So, I do believe that everything here is now tested. So this will be Crow 1AC. Um, what am I gonna call this? I'm gonna call this the uncrewed flight test 1. So, SRB safety rating of... Okay, so if I put that one down, these are both generation 1. Fuck, SRB safety rating of 4. I mean, to be fair, it shouldn't be that bad, right? Okay, that one's not needed a new... That one doesn't need a new variant, but I'm gonna put it in anyway. These don't need new variants either, but I'm gonna put them in just to decrease construction time. Right, these guys... Yeah, an SRB safety rating of 4 is not very good, I will say. By the chutes. I want the safety rating of as many parts as possible to be as high as possible. Okay, those are fine. Like, those have been tested so much. Although, I think it is still probably worth it to buy new ones. Oh, come on. Let me access things. There we go. I mean, these I could be... concerned by. No, obviously I'm not wanting anything. I'm not wanting to take my chances here. I'm not wanting anything to fail. Okay, so that one I need a new part for. It's just an interstage adapter. Those winglets don't need new parts for. Alright, under this adapter there is an engine too. Let me quickly grab an engine for that so that it's not causing any problems. Keep the thrust limiter up. Oh, that's a Zebulon. I think those have been sufficiently tested. Okay, what is our overall safety rating? I mean, after decoupling. Nope, that's fine. Empty crew cabin. Yeah, engine jettisoned before use. Docking port used as a decoupler. Hatch obstructed. What hatch is obstructed? Oh, it might be the top hatch. Okay, so what does it say for the whole vessel? Vessel rating, good, worst part, launch escape system. That's expected. Okay, those will fall back first. That'll ignite. These will ignite. Those will deploy. Um, launch escape system will launch off. Then that engine will ignite. We'll decouple that. Then that'll launch. Then that'll decouple. These will go. And this will decouple. Then the drogues and then the mains. Just to make sure we do have like a probe core in here, right? Yeah. Alright. I think UFT1 is ready to go. Alright. Crow will fly. We now have a crow in actual assembly. Here's hoping it works and doesn't like go as badly as Bluebird's first flight did. I don't want to do a UFT2. That being said, I do not have a lot of confidence putting Kerbals on this craft, especially with the launch escape system's current safety rating of 4. That's probably going to have to be something where I test more launch escape systems. It might even be something where I just start throwing launch escape systems on just to try to get their reliability up. Anyway, it's time to get Kidder launched. So, oh god. I don't have a lot of time to do this. Hmm. No, it's gotta roll out. It's gonna roll out. Roll out would take 26 minutes. I don't have time to launch Kidder. OMS-1's gotta do its maneuver. OMS-1's gonna have to get its data. RepoSat's gonna have to do its thing. And then we launch Kidder. Assuming I can fit it in between MinMissat, or, between RepoSat 2 and MinMissat 10, which is not a great window. I think if I have like a 30-minute window, I'll be comfy with that. Okay. So that's 12 minutes away. I might see, I don't know. I want to see if I can edit RepoSat 2's alarm. Or maybe what I'll do is when it pops up, I'll just move it to the corner of the screen and then jump to ship when this is done. Because man, this is gonna get complicated. This is gonna be a lot of juggling. I was hoping to get Kidder in before all this, and of course I cannot. This is gonna be OMS1's insertion. Well, not insertion. OMS1 science complete. RepoSat 2 moon insertion. And possibly getting another thing done. Literally, I'm gonna have to figure out where I can squeeze this launch in. I'm gonna have to take a look at my alarms, figure out, okay, when can I actually do this? And that's gonna be the biggest determining factor. because I have so much going on right now. Um, 2 hours 40 minutes. Oh, 2 hours 40 minutes. Composites is complete. That really doesn't matter. 2 hours 42 minutes. However, it's Minmus at 11's next maneuver. Oh God. And then Minmus at 10 is somewhat. Yeah, Minmus at 10 is soon too. All right. Close the alarm. Okay. So I'm just gonna move that to the corner of my screen, put it out of the way. And when we are, directly over the ice caps. Okay, I'm gonna slow down. Over the ice caps enough. Um, nope, that's not it. I need the northern ice shelf. Transmit. Contract complete. Alright. Cancel your maneuver node. Get rid of that. Jump to RepoSat 2. OMS1 mission, or OMS1's mission is complete. I should mark that on here. That's a success. I will say, I've definitely hit the point where I'm trying not to have, I'm trying to avoid contract failures. Trying to avoid as many contract failures as I can. Um, Actually, let me get my YouTube thing booted up here on my iPad so I can actually, like, just see the chat. See the chat on there instead. Just the headset. Okay, we're in. Come on. Boot up Kerbal. Boot up Kerbal. I can't. It's up for you guys. There we go. Close alarm. Okay. Bring that up. Okay. Repo Soft Tech is that one. So we're going this way. We got to get into this orbit here. Good news is we are going in the correct direction. Uh, there we go. Alright. Moon insertion complete. Oh, and now we have the correct amount of delta V displayed. Alright. So, um, the descending node is here. Means that here we're going to add a maneuver. And I'm going to add an alarm 30 minutes before that maneuver. Which means Reposet 2's next alarm is in 3 hours and 15 minutes. Now we have a 49-minute gap. We have a 49-minute gap to do the next launch. Oh god. Kerbal just crashed. Alright, that is a be right back. I'll go eat. And now I'm done chewing. Um, as you can tell, yeah, I was keeping track during a lot of the loading sequence. I was AFK a couple times. But, you know, I was here at the end, just had to finish chewing that last thing. And now I'm good. We got a launch to do. Alright. So we are at the previous point we were at before. It did save when it crashed, which is good. So this one, I just want to launch equatorially into a high Kerbin orbit. I don't really have a specific aim. The goal is to just... The goal is to photograph the sun. Or photograph Kerbal. Um, this will be by far the heaviest payload that any Robin has ever lifted. So... Ooh, I like that. You get Duna in the background. Let's get this ready. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, booster ignition, and lift off of the Kidder Space Telescope. Robin has confirmed to have lifted off from the pad. Robin is going a bit slow. A bit slower than expected for Robin, because this is the heaviest payload that Robin has ever taken to orbit. We are once again doing this at sunrise. The Kidder Space Telescope will be aiming for a high Kerbin orbit. Our delta V calculations are, for whatever reason, like way lower than they're saying. Yeah, I don't know why. Oh, it's underestimating our TWR, I think. Yeah, that's what's going on, is it's underestimating the thrust we have. Ah, that's interesting. Because it was saying that our TWR was less than 1. Which is obviously untrue. Well, it was saying that our TWR had just gotten a little greater than 1. Alright, Rocket is now in the sunlight. Rocket is continuing to pitch over. Okay, we are continuing the gravity turn. We have burnout. Burnout confirmed of the first stage. Rocket is currently in a coast. Apoapsis is in space. We will be going for fairing separation now. Fairings have confirmed separated. The Kidder Space Telescope is exposed to space. We will now be going for stage separation. We'll just make sure that everything's in line. Stage separation confirmed. Second stage ignition confirmed. Vehicle is pitching over to head to orbit. Once again, a beautiful view. Now, I do not want to accidentally stage this. Because if I accidentally stage this, that upper stage does not or the space telescope itself does not have enough fuel to make it to its desired orbit. We're actually going to fly a higher trajectory here. Yeah, it's saying we have a TWR of 0.54. So it's underestimating our thrust for some reason. Does that fix it? No, it does not. I guarantee you our TWR is better than that. Alright, we are going to aim fully sideways. We're currently in space. Oh yeah, I forgot to bind everything. So, Kidder is extending the panels. Antennas are extended. We have confirmed deployment of odd little bits of the Kidder telescope. And this will also be a big proof test for Robin, because, you know, if this mission is successful, Robin can carry pretty hefty payloads into LKO. Kidder is now in low Kerbin orbit. Apoaps will continue increasing. Kidder will probably be placed below Aristotle. Kidder will aim purely prograde now, and continue to burn. Alright, engine shut off. Kidder is in orbit. We've had a failure of of a rechargeable battery bank. Fuck. Alright. The good news is Kidder has 3 batteries, but that's annoying. That is very annoying. And you should also be hibernating warp auto. Okay, we're gonna add a maneuver to do that there. Point at the maneuver node. Oh, I think I forgot to replace the batteries. Fuck! When I put Kidder on. Because the safety rating of all these is low. I swear I replaced all the parts in Kidder. Because I sent Kidder out to be tested. And then I ordered it. Ah, what the fuck? Why are all the parts ratings so low? That's so bullshit. Oh, that's so bullshit. I thought those were higher. Those should have been higher. Game, did you screw up? Kerbal, did you do something wrong? Or was it just like that? Was it just like, oh hey, these will be low. But those look like new parts to me. Those don't look like parts which were tested. I'm gonna have to check. I forgot to mark that as a maneuver thing. I'll have to do that still. That should not have happened. None of that should have happened. Um. Okay. Did I just forget to put them on? Do I have to check that for Kerschel as well? Because if Kerschel's using all new parts, I've got to go in and check the safety ratings. It is possible that the fucking parts reset and wound up being new rather than, being the original parts. So maybe the safety rating was just that low. By the way, like 3s and 4s are not good. Um, that is extremely concerning. Um, yeah. Not the worst it could be, but extremely concerning for the effectiveness or the continued effectiveness of that telescope. Aristotle is honestly in a much better shape. So they weren't fitted. Why were they not fitted? Why were they not fitted? Did I only fit the? Oh fuck. Why were they not fitted? They should have been fitted. I thought I had fitted them. Did it just? All right. I'm gonna have to check Kerschel now. I'm gonna have to check that Kerschel's using old parts. Because apparently there was a fucking screw up somewhere. Um, that might be something where I have to check the old live stream. Um, and update stuff. All right, so VAB, Kerschel is down here. I need to make sure that Kerschel has the parts that Kerschel should have. Um, that's important at this point. Because I don't want a similar fate to await the other big space telescope being worked on. Ah, crap. Alright, so now if we actually look at you. Yeah, okay. Why are you angled? You should be straight. Angled clips you in. I swear I had set you to straight. Everything else is fine. Everything else is fine. You're tested? Yeah. Okay. There's some glitchy stuff going on with this mod set, unfortunately. But, you know, we should be fine. I'll also have to keep an eye on the audio levels. I have my voice a little bit higher than the game, but, you know, hopefully that should work. Alright. Wait, no, hold on. Tracking station. Gotta make sure that, you know, I have an alarm for when I gotta do Kitter's next maneuver. Put Kitter into the desired high orbit, and start observing. Thankfully, Kitter has a lot of, like, backup systems. But it is very possible that, like, I'd have to send more. Actually, that could be an interesting flight. Um, just because, like, so many Kitter systems didn't really get applied. Um, maybe we actually send up, like, a backup vehicle to dock to it. Um, in some way. That might actually be a good launch for, like, a Starling. Um, and that could be, like, the first test of Starling 1G. You know, give Kitter additional battery capability. And, maybe we'll bring some, you know, additional solar panels with us. Although, probably the battery capability will be appreciated the most. But, you know, a backup solar panel with a higher reliability could be good. Um, okay, alarm. Where's alarm? There's the alarm clock. Add 30 minutes before. Alright, so next thing is Minmisat 10. Oh god, Kidder is within all of the other things we have to do. Alright, now it is time for Minmisat 10. Thankfully, Minmisat 11 is still an hour out. It looks like Kidder and RepoSat will overlap. RepoSat's timing's just poor overall. But yeah, once Kidder's in the desired orbit, we will open the shade and just actually we might even open the shade like when it's up there just to kind of test it. Um, but you know, there's a good chance, especially if it has more part. Oh, there is a good chance of preparing a like rendezvous mission for it. You know, an extra excess battery capacity mission. Um, yeah, that will probably be something I strongly consider doing. All right. Minmisat 10's orbital insertion. This is rad. Um, Blue Dog and Nova Punch. So this is the desired orbit it needs to get to. So we're gonna pass here. Um, hmm. I'm gonna move that over there. Another node's in an hour, in 3 minutes. Actually, I'll move the node closer again. But yeah, it's gonna have to be a pretty big shift. to get from here to here. I mean, here going this way to here going this way. Okay, launchpad is reconditioned. I mean, the next alarm, which is actually another tech completing. You know, I get these little tiny spikes in viewer count which immediately drop down. So I'm gonna assume that people are either briefly hopping on, realizing it's in English and not staying, or people are misclicking. As even though this isn't the most enthralling of gameplay, I don't think it's that bad. Alright, Minmisat 10's burn is commencing. Minmisat 10 is confirmed captured in Minmis orbit. Um, so we're going this way, right? Yeah. So the descending node is there. And we need to get ourselves... No, not that way. We need to aim... Oh god, this is gonna be interest. Is this something where we can just like do a single burn to get into our desired orbit? Um, so there we go, and then probably not, but we could get close. We could do something like this. Yeah, we could do that. Node in 1 hour 54. Oh god. Okay. When does this happen? Add. 30 minutes before. Okay, so I was saying, Kidder and Reposat 2 are going to overlap. This extra maneuver is between them. Kidder's gonna have to perform its orbital insertion. We're gonna have to immediately warp over to this, perform its orbital insertion. Or its, yeah, that orbital insertion. And get another maneuver set up. We're not even gonna have, like, time with Kidder. Um, and then after that, it is immediately over to Reposat 2. Oh dear god. The mission juggling. This is absolutely absurd. It's like everything is reaching their destinations at the same time. Well, you know, we were getting new launchers done at the time too. Minmisats reached their destination and decided to launch everything. Alright, so warp to complete the tech. Just new tech's gonna be done. So I look at upgrades. No, that doesn't give me another upgrade. Um, so we're working on logistics and power. I want to check, what does composites get me again? Advanced metalworks. The more I look at it, the more that actually does look good. Probably good tech to get. Um, so composites is... Okay, that's more decouplers, that's more fairings, more adapters, some habitation modules. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's solid. Yeah, that's solid. Composites is really like gonna let me build space stations out more. Okay, so I need to mark down that. Oh yeah, no, I did mark down that Kidder had the battery failure. All right. Oh hey, we're 1 minute away from Minmus at 11's alarm. Oh dear God. I'm gonna just take a screenshot right now showing everything that is going on. Showing these 4 alarms just all here. Oh God. Okay. Okay, so I do this. Oh shit, oh shit, no, 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 do not burn. Do not burn. No. Fucker. Not at the maneuver node yet. I was hoping to grab a screenshot of a very specific sort. No, our minimus periapps and apoapps. Oh no, our minimus periapps is bad. This would hit minmus. Let's just undo that. There you go, undone. That was very not intentional. I was trying to grab a specific sort of screenshot, and one of the buttons to grab it was shift. Okay, you know what? No. Point retrograde. Do very slow throttle up here. Okay, so that's 40,000 by 9,000. We're now in the desired orbit. It's not that. Both from the experiments from both the lower and higher within this orbit. So we need destination minimus high. I'm going to add that 30 minutes before. Fuck me. Oh. Oh dear. 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 Oh, oh, oh dear. Oh dear. Um, I'm just okay. I'm gonna select the alarm clock, crop it, put a red rectangle around it. Just save this image, put it in pictures. I mean, you can't see what I'm doing. You can hear what I'm doing, though. Actually, I should show you what I'm doing. Well, I'll show you the image really quickly. Where is... I'm just gonna call the image internal screaming. Wanna see what I'm doing. That's the image. Yeah, let me just post this in a Discord somewhere. Pictures, KSP, where is it? That is 4 fucking alarms in an hour for 4 different missions. Uh, I'm posting this. I'm just posting this in chats. Does this one still have a... Ah, fine. And then... Yeah. What the fuck? Nobody's like watching right now, so I don't care. There we go. I've just like thrown that into a bunch of Discord servers. I wonder when somebody will respond to the fact that I have 4 alarms within an hour of each other. So this is the first one. No. Okay, so now we're high in space. Cool. Don't need any maneuvers. Okay, experiment performed. So now we need to change it into a higher, more elliptical orbit. Which means that we're going to need to do another maneuver. So So our Apo needs to go higher, our parry needs to go higher, our inclination needs to change. So we're not at a good height for the parry. All right, so the Apo would need to be too much. That's almost too much. That's better. Our new parry apps. Oh wait, no, that's too close to the parry. I would want it down here probably. The new parry apps there would be 13,000, be 19,000, or 25,000. So that would be almost successful. $4,000, that would be good. But the inclination would have to go up. Oh. Okay. Alright. Add the alarm 30 minutes before it happens. Okay. I'm adding that just so that we have an idea of everything that will happen. So we are already past that. Okay. So Kitter's alarm is going... Yeah, Kitter's alarm is going to go off before we get there. Which means Kitter's alarm's gonna have to be dragged off to the side of the screen. Minmisat 10's alarm is going to go off before we get here. No, we're gonna get there before Reposat's alarm, but not by much. This is not by much. Oh dear God. This is truly mission juggling here. I feel like that's the name of the episode at this point. This episode is mission juggling. Please stop opening up that mission. It does not I have no requirement to do it right now. This is not this probe. That is Minmisat 10's mission. Alright, just go. Alright. I think that counted it. Um, go for satellite separation, and mission is confirmed successful. Alright. Minmaset 11's mission is a complete success. It's now time for Kidder. Alright. So Kidder's alarm can be closed. Minmaset 10's still has to go. Alright, we've suffered a sun tracking error. Fuck. Point at the maneuver node. Yeah, Kidder is gonna need, like, some form of salvage mission at this point. Juggling. Okay, so I can get rid of Minmaset 11. Minmaset 11's mission is complete. I forgot to rename it. I'll have to go back into the tracking station and just do that. Yeah. Um, so that is plus 10 minutes. Oh god. Yeah, just the amount, the ridiculous level of juggling here. Okay, you know what? Saying that the node is now... Kidder is accelerating into its intended orbit. I'm gonna consider that good. Alright. Kidder stage separation confirmed. And, Kidder second stage ignition confirmed. Kidder confirmed deployed. Despite having, like, 2 failures. Okay, time to jump to, Minmaset 10. Although, let me actually rename this. You're just the Kidder UVST. Except... Actually, can I rename you again? Okay, I cannot call you anything but that, so you're fine. Okay. Kidder is in the desired orbit. Um, but there is a very good chance that Kidder's lifetime is going to be very, very limited. Um, I think I am going to send the backup mission, or not the backup mission, the extra battery mission, and it'll bring an extra solar panel with them too. Maybe they'll even like knock off the solar panel which failed. I might do that. I might send the mission up, knock off the solar panel which failed, and then dock it with a new solar panel attached, or maybe even like 2 new solar panels attached. Um, all right. So reposet to we're at minmisat 10 now. Close alarm. Close alarm. I need to also mark that Kidder has had a failure of. Yeah, 1 batteries failed and 1 solar panel failed. Kidder can still complete its mission at the moment, but like it's actually really concerning what's going on with that satellite or with that space telescope. This will change the inclination. Oh dear God, these two are almost simultaneous. Oh, oh God. Oh God, oh God, oh God. Oh no, this is RepoSat 2. Shit! I grabbed the wrong satellite. Fuck. Alright. RepoSat 2 is now in the desired orbit. Just that down. Actually, yeah, get a different maneuver node. So that would be... Actually, no. Where's the point where you intersect it? Point retrograde. Cancel the maneuver node. Okay, there we go. There's the point where we intersect it. Okay, so I think we're going to need to do a small correction this way. Small correction up. Then do that. Then also, we also fly slightly at it. There we go. Add an alarm. 30 minutes before that happens. Um, and go to the one I missed and see if I can do something about that. Because I thought I jumped ship to minmisat 10. That was, I swear I clicked the button to go to minmisat 10, and it went to reposat instead, which is so lame. I have no idea what's happening. I have no idea if I'm just being like incredibly incompetent. If I have like somehow developed like dyslexia out of nowhere, or if like the game's just fucking glitching on me. Alright. Yeah, Min-Miss at 11 missed its intended maneuver. We'll see if we can get a different one. Because it's not super critical right now. Yeah, I think that additional mission is also going to bring an additional probe core with it, too. Just to, like, make sure that I have that. And, of course, you know, a lot of batteries. Um, and, I think what's going to happen is I'm going to wait for Starling 1G to be ready. And that's going to be the first mission on a Starling 1G. We'll be, you know, attempting that. I'm unsure if I'm going to use. I think I am going to use the upper stage that normally comes with comes with Starling, but I also kind of think that I'm going to separate it. Okay, so here we are. We had the wrong orbit, or we have missed it. So we'd have to grab it on the ascending node instead. So cancel the maneuver. Oh, this was a very complicated one too, so I'm annoyed. All right. Go down until we're pretty much reversing the orbit. You know what? That's extending it. That's contracting it somewhat. Okay. So add an alarm 30 minutes before that. Which means RepoSat 2 is what we're going to fly next into its intended orbit. Also got to take a photograph of or one of the things I got to do is take a photograph of the sun with Kidder, and that gets a contract done. All right, so here you are. Beautiful Earth, beautiful Mun. So that, okay, yeah, that's Dims 2 up there. I think Dims is around Min-Miss, and I think that little thing there means that it's still doing its mission. I'm just gonna delete RepoSat's alarm. Oh god, do I actually have the claw tested yet? Is that something which can fail? Because if that's something which can fail, that would be very bad. Um, But yeah, I think that's gonna have to be something we do. All right, 6, 5. Oh, come on. Seriously, seriously, game, seriously. No, it flipped around. I thought it hadn't. There you go, 0 0.0. Nope, nope. Okay. We're not quite there. We're really close. Okay, so at the ascending node, small corrective burn. In 3 minutes. We're not within acceptable deviation. Careful. There you go. Please stop. Okay, yeah, this is the Repo Soft Tech orbit. I think the Salisco is the simpler one. Okay, so seriously, stop bringing that up. Let's do a small burn, maybe this way. Small deceleration. Oh, cancel the maneuver here. Do a small. No, is this increase or decrease? What the fuck is reasonable deviation? I think I need to shorten it. That is in 16 minutes. We're gonna get there before Minmisat 10. Can it stop just automatically showing these? I don't know why they keep popping back up for some dumb reason. Leave that on the side. Okay, so we need literally a 1.5 meter per second burn here. Are we in it? I think that's close enough. Contract complete. Okay. Yep, there's no point in getting any more science from that. Reposat is in its desired orbit. And that contract has been fulfilled for 100,000 and some additional stuff. Whew. Alright, close the alarm. We're 21 minutes out from the maneuver node. Which is kind of the final main one we need. Oh yeah, our test Starling thing is going to be done soon. Let's just, yeah, hopefully, if the claw works, or if the claw doesn't have parts failures associated with, I'll stick it on. If it does, we're gonna have to come up with something else. But the deposit, or what I will try to do there is deposit some form of probe, something reliable, with bunch of bunch of stuff on it. 6, 5, accelerate. Oh my god, you could see that the camera's like, oh hey, you're not in orbit anymore. Now you're in orbit. Alright, 0.0 meter per second. What is our ascending node and descending node? It's pretty good actually. So our periaps cross is over here. So what we would want to do is actually no, probably we're probably gonna want to do this. Little touch of that. Touch of that. So this satellite has 3 missions to complete, it should be noted. I think that would do it, right? Maybe just a touch. Alright, yep, that would be the next maneuver node. An alarm 30 minutes before that. In 2 hours. Okay. We can actually just stay with the spacecraft for once. That being said, I'm totally going to go to the tracking station. And start listing stuff here. So, okay, so the 2 ongoing ones were Minmisat 10 and Minmisat 11. Minmisat 11 can be properly considered a success at this point. Um, Kid or UVST can at this point also be considered a success. Minmisat 10 is the only one which is ongoing. It's probably going to get considered a success by the end. Um, Need to have Kidder there. Low high elliptical orbit. Mission of Reposat 2 is success. Mission of Kidder is ongoing. Carbon high orbit has been achieved. Um, Minmisat 11 can be fully considered a success at this point. Okay, there we go. I want to go to Kidder. Although I do need to rename these, so you need to be renamed. So you're now Reposat, or you're just going to be Reposat 2. Um, you're just going to be BDB OMS 1, and your missions are each done. So I'm going to change you to a relay, and then Reposat 2 I'm going to change to a relay. Minmisat 11 is also in its desired orbit, and has completed its mission. I'm going to class it as a relay, so that it stops showing up. So then we have Minmisat 10 and Kidder, who still have to complete their missions. And Minmisat 10 has like 3 separate missions to do. And some of them will be definitely gradual. Um, yeah. Let's get Kidder's mission done. Let's get Kidder's contract fulfilled. There's one reason we launched Kidder, and we're gonna get it done. I do want to use it for planet hunting, but I'm very concerned that something else is gonna fail on it at some point. Um, well, Kidder does have a lot of backup systems, so I'm not super concerned, but I don't think this is going to be a long-lasting telescope because they forgot to put the old tested parts on it. Or I forgot to. I swear I did that. I'm probably remembering doing it with Kerschel. Or maybe there was something with Kidder where I like... Oh! Oh, that's what fucking did it! What I did was I exited out from the VAB and re-entered the VAB without saving. That's what did it. That's where the parts went. Well, that's why the parts had issues. Oh, this is a Sentinel? Okay. And camera's open. Instrument cover. So my hope is that this will count. Contract complete. And we got a good deal of science out of that. Um, we can take. We can't start object tracking. Alright, so I'm gonna zoom out. So we're gonna look into the sun, see what we can see. Oh. Okay, that's just min-miss. Oh. That's min-miss. We'll get one of Kerbin. Where's the mun? There's the mun. Just we need another picture of the mun. Okay. So I didn't realize that this could actually track objects. It probably would have been better to put this on Bluebird and find comets with it. See, can I see anything here? Did I do this and block out? The thing is that I do have distant object enhancer. So I am going to see if I can spot said distant objects. Or not. I know it was totally possible to use this strategy with Aristotle. Ugh. I'm wiping down my screen. Maybe I'll move that down. Is this an object enhancer working right now? Maybe there's something where I just can't look at Kerbal. I thought if I did, it was something where you'd have little dots. I'm not seeing them. Like, I know I definitely saw one on launch. But, you know, all I can see is carbon minmus in the mun. Oh, found Jewel. Oh no, found minmus, sorry. Actually, if I just kind of like keep bouncing this back and forth. What happens if I just take this picture? No signs collected. Okay, so if I... I wasn't there before. Um... Yeah. Interesting. Duna should be right there. Faint signal has been detected, but we need a more powerful telescope. Okay, so apparently only counts bodies we've discovered. Interesting. Anyway, Kitter's mission can now be considered a success, which means the main mission we need to get done right now is Minmisat 10. Kerschel's launch will be somewhat soon. We need to get that into a orbit around Kerbal. That will be a more reliable and less heavy version of Kitter with different telescope. That's a Sentinel. I think that one's more expensive too. I'll also be going up on a Robin 1B. Let's check launcher count is good. Yeah, just gotta get the Minmisat 10 mission done. There we go. So then after that, it is a bit until the Starling test is done. Look at the science we have now. We're getting close to being able to get another big tech. Like, this could do it. Minmisat 10 could do it. Minmisat 10 might set us over the edge, just be able to research another technology. I was hoping that the taking pictures with the telescope thing would have allowed me to look at other planets, but apparently not. Apparently not until they are discovered. Um, Part of me wonders if a tracking station upgrade will do that, and I've promised myself that when the tracking station gets to level 5, or yeah, tracking station, not level 5, level 3. Once it's through level 3, what the fuck am I saying? No, once I get to 1,005 or 1.5 million dollars, that's when I'll upgrade the tracking station. And last I checked, I was at like 1.2 million or 1.2 something million. Um, and I just got like 150 million more. So I think this could set me over the edge on that too. Like Minmisat 10 completing its 3 missions will be enough. I'm trying to remember if I put 3 flags on this or not. And yeah, Starling 1G will be able to fly soon as well. Um, Close the alarm. Get rid of the alarm. This will be the insertion burn into its intended orbit. Wait, it's going backwards. Fuck me. Alright. Just... Come on. So... We've missed the node slightly. A little too close with it. We're only a few seconds off. Fine. Now we have to do a complete orbit reversal. Right? Which way are we going? We're going up. Alright, so I think in this position I will try to correct us onto the desired orbit. – Actually, no, here's what I'll do. Now that we're going this way, I will do a quick correction burn this way. A little touch of that. Actually, we'll just do that now. I'll see. Now it doesn't consider us in the right orbit anymore. Um, we almost were there. We were there briefly. Okay. Contract complete. All right. Confirmed Minmus at 10 separation from the cursed above Minmus. Minmus at 10 is currently in its desired orbit. We have 2 more contracts we need to complete. So it's not that. So that is a plasma science experiment that we have to get Minmus's flats in. Well, I mean, I'll transmit that right now. I believe both of... Oh, that's not done. Okay, so this contract here has to be done. Not that. Not that. Okay, so experiment. Take photographs is done. Gamma ray spectrometry or spectrometry. Low in space. So okay. That's got to roll out on the test stand though. Um Okay, so here's what actually, you know what? Here's what we should do. I should be taking a look at the plasma science experiment. I'm in Mrs. Highlands. We need it on the flats. Where? Okay, I'm gonna look up min-miss biomes. I need to know where these are located. Okay. So there's the lesser flats, great flats, and greater flats. And it says biome, min-misses flats. Is that the lesser, the greater, the greater? Like, we got one above the great flats, and it didn't count. I gotta test this, these Starling 1G parts. Um, Although, honestly, I feel like what the telescope can do is now limited. So the planned mission where, I launch a Starling to the telescope, that's done. That mission is being called off. Um, I'm just gonna have like Starling 1 or Starling 1G parts sitting around. Hopefully I can actually put the, newer version of the fairing on. Alright, so this is literally just... Okay, I don't know why it's doing that. Alright, we had a test. That should hopefully mean that we have enough to validate a Starling 1G if it is needed. I don't know what will be the 1G's debut mission, but you know something will be the 1G's debut mission. But yeah, at this point, Starling's definitely not kill. Um, oh my God, Kerbolar Observatory is 5 days away. Holy crap! I almost say we go for that. I almost say we go until the Kerbolar Observatory gets its final thing done. Radiant 3's adjustment is coming fairly soon as well, just to keep Radiant 3 in a higher orbit. But yeah, what time is it? Like 5 something? 5:17. Actually, you know, that's 5 days away. I kind of don't think we're gonna make it there. Alright, we have 1.69 million now. Hooray. Let's finish up, Minmisat 10's mission. And everything will be good. Well, actually, Minmisat 10's 2 missions. Oh yeah, and you have to be retitled just, Minmisat 10. Rad, BD, and, or, I'm gonna call that BDB and, NP. Oh yeah, I can officially mark, the launch of Minmisat 10 now as a success. I think I do try to get Kershal launched, though. Kershal will be one of the priorities of today. I want to get Kershal operational. Um, so yeah, Kershal will be operational. That's when stream ends. But you know, Minmisat 10 still has its objectives to do. It does look like we might have another test stand ready for Chickadee. And then, you know, Chickadee's gonna start becoming an option to launch as well. I should also get like Starling 1H going with a more thrust on the lower stage and a bigger fuel tank on the upper stage. All right, let's see what science we are getting from you. I over Mrs. Midlands. I'll wait on the Chickadee 2 test stand. Let's go down to here and see what that next alarm is. Next alarm is Silisko 1. Okay, now we're low enough that we can perform this. Alright, so that was the remainder of part 2 of the contract done. Okay, so... Oh, where do I get cosmic ray data from? That's just above the lowlands. I'll just transmit that anyway. Okay, so if we're going for Minmus's Flats, looking at the biomap, um... Oh, I see. There is a biome called Flats. It's little... Oh, those are tiny. Like, that is it. Hmm. And they're not particularly high up either. What I might do is I might adjust this satellite onto a lower orbit. Like this. Actually, I know it's close enough. What if I just slide it back? Yeah, that'll be fine. Actually, you know what? Let's just do something like this. Oh, hey. Forgot to ignite your engine. Shut it off. Alright, so let's see about this. We've reduced the inclination somewhat. I think we will pass over the flats from up high. No, I think, yeah, we missed it. So, greater flats. The best set of the flats to hit is probably this one. So these are the lesser flats. Um, Alright, now it's time for Radiant 3's correction maneuver. And I'll probably jump directly from that to, oh, what is it? The, initial test firing of, Chickadee. I don't know what payload Chickadee's gonna carry first. Gotta carry something. But, you know, I'm gonna have to actually get something for that. I'll probably try to get something in, like, Kerbin orbit. And hopefully something smaller. Maybe I could go... maybe I could go, like, Moon or Minmus. Maybe I could. Right, come on, Radiant 3. We're getting Radiant 3, you know, into a safe orbit. So that the Mun doesn't mess with it. Like, prograde. Oh, that's a good shot. Radiant 3 is now in a pretty desirable orbit. I'm perfectly fine with that. I don't know what that does. But anyway, this is the main mod. Alright, so go to the Chickadee test stand. Then we're probably going to go back to Minmis at 10 until Salisco. Yeah, until Salisco 1 is complete. Then we'll launch that satellite. I believe that's a Munsat. And I think. Oh, yeah, Salisco 1's also carrying stuff to do a rad mission. Although I actually probably want to be upgrading. Yeah, I'll go in and upgrade the tracking station while I'm doing all of this. Okay, now this test stand actually works. Fire. Alright, so only the engine worked. But good news is, that means that all those parts we can go in, figure out what went wrong, and assemble a full Chickadee rocket. And hope that it damn works. I actually feel like I will. I don't know. That could be something where I actually try like a Mun or Minmus mission with it from the start. I think it's gonna have the Delta V to do that with like a light payload. Because that extra SR, or because that 3-stage SRB design. All right. Facility upgrade requested. That's gonna take time. I'll have to see how long specifically. But you know, tracking station's gonna be level 3, and I'm hoping that that's gonna allow me to actually like track the planets. Like yeah, go to the planets, hit track on them. That'll also come in handy for Kershaw, which is gonna launch really soon. I feel like I need to figure out how to mod games. Because I would like once Kerbal Space Program 2 comes out, I feel like I would like to mod it in some way. Um, just like try to incorporate certain things. Try to incorporate things. I'm kind of curious as to how some of these mods could work in it. Like a flat parts failure mod is lame. Um, 'Cause you want something which kind of curves over time. But, no. I feel like a parts failure mod in KSP2 would be really good. Um, as well as some like additional stuff on how to properly set stuff up. Alright, so anyways, we're here. Don't care about that. We do care about this. Are over any flats? Biome are we in? Above the lesser flats. And we can transmit that too. Okay, we're in daylight again. Now we're high in space. Gonna pass over any flats here. Actually, I'm curious, would an equatorial... I don't think there's any flats along the equator. But I think, closer to it, I might have a better shot. Okay, so where are we? These are the greater flats. We're not going to pass over there. We're going to pass Going this way over them. I mean, this would be good to hit. Alright, so Cisco 1 is complete. Close the alarm. Actually, what I'll do is next time I'm over here, I'm just gonna like add a maneuver to decrease this. Actually, that's not what I'm gonna do. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to decrease my decrease this. And then over here do an additional maneuver where I slow down. Into that orbit. And hopefully that'll be a little bit more reliable. Add an alarm 30 minutes beforehand. Roll out. You know what? I don't think I can launch Cisco 1 yet. I have to do this first. Yeah, we're right now in an area where there just are not any flats. So Cisco 1 will be rolled out. It'll be launched late. Get rid of that alarm. Yeah, I think we've just managed to pick an orbit where there just really aren't any flats over it right now. Which is why I'm wanting to increase my orbital inclination. Seriously? Seriously, game? Oh, that's good enough. Right? Be like a short tap. This point retrograde. We're there. Good enough? Alright. No, just turn that off. Okay, so that's going to be SRC-4 complete. That's just a test vehicle. That's not super great. I actually think we are going to pass over one of the flats here. Yeah, I think we are going to get one quick passover of this flat. Yep, awesome. Contract parameter complete. I think it's time to launch Salisco 1. Oh god, Kerschel is so far back. I'm gonna move Minmisat 12 down and move Kerschel up. Just to kind of keep the order I had intended for everything. Actually, this is not even in the correct order anymore. Salisco 1 was supposed to launch after Kerschel, so just move. Let's just swap them. Alright. Another nighttime launch. Yeah, okay, yeah, there we go. Kerschel will be the next launch. Um, Good. Alright, so here we are. Another fucking nighttime launch. This is Salisco 1 also carrying a rad mission as a bonus. So we'll be going to the Mun. Is the Mun visible in the sky at all right now? Yeah, it is actually. Mun with Jewel behind it. Well, that's a good screenshot right there. That is, we're heading to the Mun. Alright. Actually, that's the screenshot I want to get when we lift off. Alright, we're ready to go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Robin 1B. Carrying the Salisco 1 satellite vehicle has begun pitch over. Robin 1B is following a nominal trajectory. I think we're getting pushed like slightly off course by the wind, but we're okay. I mean, this is a lighter payload. Well, not super light. This is still a CCSB with that on it. Rocket is going supersonic. Going transonic. Probably supersonic now. Rocket is trying to adjust onto a more northward heading, and I'm trying to get our ascent just a little bit more shallow. I'm actually on a fairly shallow trajectory here. I'm wanting to try to get better at flying Robin, basically. Rocket is now pitched over 45 degrees, getting a little hot. Toasty, as Robin typically does. We have first stage burnout. PAD burnout at an APO of 68 kilometers. Entry heating has calmed down. We will be going for fairing separation a bit past 40 kilometers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fairing separation confirmed. Second stage separation confirmed, and second stage ignition confirmed. The cursed upper stage is now burning for orbit. Cursed upper stage, Apo is currently in space. Apo is currently above Atmo. That's a good screenshot, you know, where it is and where it's going. I'm also sorry for the frame rate. That's actually not super bad right now. Curse is in space. So let's go one. Welcome to space. Curse is actually now beginning to push downwards to try to get an orbital path that is a little bit more circular. Oh. Wait, no, not two. So let's go one. Fairings have deployed. Antenna has not deployed. Antennas have now deployed. And just check this is all in the right order, right? Yep. They're currently completing the burn at Apo. Welcome to orbit, Salisco 1. Steps will now be made to get you to the Mun. I'm gonna be honest though, that might be the best orbital insertion I've done. 82 kilometers by 79 kilometers in one go. Oh, that's excellent. I love that. I love it when I get, you know, the initial orbit low and near circular. Maybe only like one Starling launch was a little bit better than that, where it ran out of fuel, um, or almost ran out of fuel at around that. All right. Anyway, next up, the Mun. So we would be roughly here, I think. That's good enough. And I think that is a good enough trajectory, so that will be in 20 minutes. And this mission also will feature the first test of our new science capsule. I'm actually curious if there's anything we can grab. Like any valuable science for returning up here. I don't think there is. Because I think it wants me to do a couple gravity scans and then recover the data. Oh god, carbon's glitching. We live in a simulation! No! Okay, burn time of 48 seconds. That means we're going to start at 24 seconds beforehand. When we're going to be doing this at the day-night Terminator. 28, 27, 26, 25, go. Cisco 1 is now heading for the Mun. And we get Munrise. Burning just a little bit before Munrise, and yeah. We're gonna get there. It's almost a new Mun, then. Trying to make small corrections. We need star trackers on all of our rockets. My question is, does our current trajectory put us on an intercept course? Actually, a better one. Alright. The order will be that. Add new alarm, 30 minutes. Before that, good. And now, well, first of all, we'll roll that out. It's going to take 50 minutes to recondition the launch pad. I don't want to switch to that. I don't want to switch to set or to DIMS. I want to switch to MinMisat 10. So I think DIMS and DIMS 2's missions are both still going. Like, the D-Magic missions take a long time to complete, so despite how old those satellites are, DIMS and DIMS 2 are, you know, still needing to do their missions. I still can't touch them until, you know, their mission's complete. The other good news is Kerbal Observatory's gotta be getting close to the or to Kerbal at this point. I have it set up so that when it's gonna pass close to Kerbal, I'll know, and I can get the remaining two things of science while it's there. Now, if it can't transmit them back for whatever reason, I'm not too pissed about it. I'm not too miffed about it. As long as it gets the data and can transmit it later, then that's perfectly fine. Okay, so now we gotta get a low pass over flats. So let me take a look at the Minmus biome map again. Where are we located? So these are uh what? These are the lesser flats, I believe. Yeah. This shape's on the lesser flats. Technically, ooh, we might be aimed above a flat right now. Because, okay, you have the lesser flats here. There's actually a little couple flat, regular flats right there. And then over here is a bit more of the lesser flats. And then just behind it is a little bit of the regular flats. And if not, then the situation is simple. I don't think we're going over it. We go low and we go over this flat again. Yeah, we should head over that flat. Just don't do that. Okay, good. We're over the flats. Log data. Keep it. Form. Wait, no. We need the cosmic ray data. Good. Okay. Fuck. Oh. Ran out of electrical charge. Alright. Wait until we're recharged. Oh, what I might do is I might transmit this data. And we can get a little bit more from the Midlands. Yeah, screw it, I'll transmit that data. Just kind of as we go around, I'll try to randomly get little bits of additional data. Actually, you know what? Let's transmit this. Contract complete. Minmisat 10 is a success. Although it did have to be removed from its intended orbit. Alright. I will mark Minmisat 10 10 stuff correctly. So let's go 1. Then launch count, I need to swap, so let's go 1 in Kershaw. Alright, so the next thing is logistics complete. Interesting. We can get a new tech again. And we have enough to get another new tech. But, I want to test this first. This will allow us to get another mission done, because there is another mission I have to recover data from. Although I'd have to remember which mission it is. I'm not gonna... I feel like I'm not gonna be assembling that rocket today. Although actually... Ooh, that could be a good test for, Starling 1G. It might be better suited for Robin. I'd have to see. Um... But, like, putting this on a Starling 1G is tempting. Come on. Okay. Getting a nice little test of the engine done. That's good. All of those parts can now be applied to a regular mission. But again, I don't think I'm going to get that ready now. I think that's going to be something I get ready later. But yeah, end goal today is Kershaw. And I'll have to figure out which contract that is. And I think I'm going to go back through and review all the contracts, like, at the start of whenever the next stream is. I will say it will not be tomorrow. No shot on it being tomorrow. Potentially the next day. I don't know. Okay. Uh. Alright, so I think right now it is just... Actually, I should get the rocket assembled. Okay, so let's see. Active contracts. Okay, so these three... Yeah, these three... Okay, oh, there we go. Photo reconnaissance. That is not a Starling mission. That is Robin at minimum. I'll have to see the KH4 recon. Okay, so... We'd probably get an SG4 or SG4B. Polar orbit, 3 photos. Great Flats, Midlands, and Highlands, all low in space. Does it say anything about why? I think I'll count this as a spy satellite. Okay, that is... I'll see if I can fit that on a Robin. That seems like the sort of mission that would go on a Robin. Possibly a Bluebird. But, like, if I can get that on a Robin, I'm gonna get that on a Robin. Well, it kind of feels like at this point I'm just getting everything on Robin. Like, Bluebird's kind of sitting on the sidelines, not doing much. I think Bluebird's waiting for the station construction, in which that still has to be, properly designed. The start of this episode was like, oh, let's make Starling relevant again, and also design an even smaller and lighter rocket, or even smaller and cheaper rocket. Um, which now just gives me a really good choice in the payloads I can send up. Actually, now that Chickadee is tested, you know, I might consider like looking at the available contracts and getting a Chickadee mission going. All right, so that's an SRC-4. I can always spawn that in really easily. And SRC-4 is actually what's on the Sat-1. That also has an SRC-4. Okay, so yeah, this is a Robin 1B CCSB. And this is just what I have ready right now. So, if we go over to... Actually, I should go over to science. Let's go over to science. What we need is this. How many pictures can you grab? Max sample 6. I might want to grab like a bigger set of solar panels too. Just kind of see what's properly tested. You know what? You know what? I have... Maybe I can see if I can grab the 2 leftover solar panels from Kidder. Well, then maybe I'll hold on to those for like if I need another space telescope. Because, those are just already tested. But I wanted to get, what is it? This. Let's actually go to Blue Dog Design Bureau. And, okay, so those, yeah, because I just kind of want to see, like, what is this one supposed to be? It's actually going to be down a lot, I think. Odd way to put the camera system. Ooh, actually, I'm going to put these adapters on it. Okay. I'm going to change this to a or not change this. I will mark this as a spy satellite on the launch record. Right, so that is a SRC4. Coupling cost. That'll work. Auto strut heaviest part, auto strut heaviest part. Yeah, those solar panels are of a very high generation. So I think these are on something, right? Yeah, but those are Gen 2 at this point. I mean, these are the other ones. These are Gen 4. Not particularly good. I think I do have a set of larger solar panels. Not those. These, right? Yeah, these guys are tested. Or these guys are like on a at a really good state. Um, but I'll be honest though, given the size of this mission, I think I'm just gonna remove the relay just to make it cheaper. Um, Custom 1, extend the panel. And just check the action groups. These are in Custom 3. Okay, cool. This will get the worm. Okay, so what are we gonna call this? So I think Chaos was like Kerbal Spy. So MS would be like Minmus Spy? Minmus, um, Surveillance. Yeah, we'll call this the Minmus Surveillance and Reconnaissance 1. Actually, we'll call it the MM. Okay, so this will be the BDB MMSR1. So the previous ones I called Fixture. I'll look up synonyms for Fixture. So attachment installation unit. Bucket. I like the name unit. I like the name unit. So this will be a unit 1. I think unit will be used for like Mun and Minmus. Or unit will be the code name for Mun and Minmus satellites. Alright, so now we just gotta, get this set up properly. So, ring detaches, This should detach way later. Move that up. So that detaches, that ignites. Then that ignites. Neither of these should detach. So that will decouple, that will ignite, that will deploy, parachutes will deploy, and then if I can disable that, that would be nice. I'm just gonna put like one additional stage in there as kind of like a, make sure you know what you're doing, dummy! But you know, that should be fine. Uh, that is auto-strutted. Now the only thing to do is to make sure that all of these have parts on them. Fuel tanks. Actually, it looks like the fuel tanks are fine. The fuel tanks apparently don't have the worrisome issue. I will have to add those to it, though. Engine is a big one. I'll just add the cubic octag, because, like, it's easy. And then the batteries are big, too. Oh, did I forget to replace the batteries on the other one? Come on, let me select this damn battery. Yeah, okay. They're both good. Okay. I think that is Unit 1 ready to fly. I assume, yeah, we don't have any part of that. Nothing there. I mean, actually do have a couple of these sitting around. Why not use them? BDB MMSR 1 Unit 1. So it's an MMSR 1. Um, Actually, I'll just call it an MSR 1. Because, like, there'd be no difference between this and a similar version built for the MUN. So, MSR will be the model. Unit is the, this is the individual name of the satellite. There we go. Save it and just check. Yeah, we don't have any of these sitting around anywhere. Guess we do have one of those. Yeah, save it. Order it. And that will be our next spy satellite. I am gonna see if I can get a mission for the Chickadee. Because I do want to get it tested. But the main goal of this live stream is still Kershaw. And it is 6:21 a.m. I don't want to go much longer. We have finally been like getting through a bunch of our contracts. I swear I did an upgrade on that. Now I'm curious. Oh yeah, tracking station. Time left. 7 days. It's gonna take 7 days to upgrade that. At that point, the Kerbolar Observatory's maneuver will have been done. Aim at Eve and miss. We are not ready for that yet. Do a simple scan with a rover arm of a moon-large crater. I'll have to see if that like immediately completes or if that's just something where I have to go to the telescope and do it. Um, hmm. Okay, so that would be about what? Let's see, 36, 37, 38,000? A little over 38,000? Ooh, no, we're not ready for Gilly. I would love to do this mission. No, um, no, we are not ready for that sort of mission. This would not be bad. But, like, we're not ready for that yet. We're kind of ready for this. Yeah, I'll take that too. Other than that, we don't really have a good mission. Like, this might not be a bad mission. Well, it would be an SG-7 or SG-8. Ooh. Oh yeah, I should get a new tech researching. I think I was thinking about either heavy landing or heavy command modules or advanced actuators. Or large volume. No, I think large volume containment. Unless there's like any things which are upgrades in any of these. The heavy aerodynamics looks good. I mean, this is mostly plain stuff, though. Heat shields in here are nice. Min pods would be good. I'm working on the stuff down here, because that's kind of what I wanted to get. One we're missing is high altitude flight. It's just more plain stuff. Also, I think I want advanced actuators. Oh wait, no. No, that's it. Metalworks. Unfortunately, we're going to be stopped at this level of tech for a bit. And there's really not much we can do about that. Because, you know, we need to get an additional 1 million to do anything about it. You know what? I will take one contract from here with modular track bodies on your vessel. Alright. Let's go take a picture of Kerbin. And I'm trying to think if I want which telescope I want to use to search for celestial bodies. Actually, maybe I take that other contract too. No, I'll take the one. It'll be 90 days, but maybe it'll find me something. Something to aim for. Okay, that's a contract offered by Repo Soft Tech. That might be for a station though. I think that might be for a station. Oh yeah, we need to grab we need to go to Kitter. And then probably after that Aristotle. Actually, maybe I can set Kitter up to do the search the skies thing, because Kitter does have that. So I'll set Kitter up to do that, and then if I need a second one, I can assign Aristotle to that. Well, you know, this should be easy contract completion. Might even just complete when I load in. So I'm kind of shocked that Crow is actually on the launch list now. Although, you know, couldn't find a good... Well, maybe one of those Blue Dog missions would be good for Chickadee. Um, That'll be enough. So it might want the Mun and it might want Mid-Miss. There we go. A little bit of extra funds. I'm kind of glad we took the telescope. Wait, hold on. If that's giving me plus 0.1 for local science 1. Oh yeah, that's the probably one of the strategies I took. Um, I might I might be able to spam that. Oh no, that might only be a contract moment. How many drop frames have I had this stream? 689, so not many. Must have had a brief outage at one point. Please stop giving me this. Low lens with multispectral, or take photographs in multispectral imaging. That would be interesting. Maybe if I just decline these, the game will take a hint that the amount of dishes it is giving me for these is absurd. So I know that's going to decrease my prestige a little bit. Probably not by much. Okay, so that would take funds and give me reputation. Okay. Plus 1,500 funds when science transmitted is recovered from new biomes. That'd be good, actually. That'd be really good. Um, Probably in the future, though. Maybe not yet. Still costs a lot to upgrade. Since I think we've gotten signs from every moon biome and every min-miss biome. Alright. So we'll have to get a new moon. We'll probably have to get a new moon rover ready to go. So lots of relay satellite contracts. They did not take the hint. And really nothing else. Yes, that was a new tech, right? Now we have logistics research now. Powered electronics is currently being researched. Should be one of the next ones we get. Okay, so we have a test stand. And then after that, it is going to be Kershal. Well, actually, no, it's going to be... we will have Silisco 1's maneuver to complete. And then I think it'll be Kershal. So we'll probably be juggling Silisco 1 and Kershal at the same time. That being said, Kershal does have to get into Kerbolar orbit, so I think KM Minmisat 12 will also launch, which will be the last flight of a Starling 1E. So yeah, I do think that I want to try to get a mission on either a Starling 1G or a Chickabee at some point in the near future. Actually, some of those missions could probably go up on Chickabee and just, be much more profitable because, that's costing like 1,500 to launch, like 1,500 to launch, plus a bit more for the for whatever probes put on it. I mean, if we're assuming that the probe is maybe like 1,000 as well for the base stuff, and then experiments are a bit more, maybe it's like 2,000, 3,000 more. That's like the or that's cheaper than the base price of a Starling. Like a Starling without any science on it for the entire mission. Anyway, let's light this engine. Awesome, that's additional parts ready for a Starling. A Starling 1G. I don't know how long it's gonna be until like I feel comfortable in just not testing parts for Starling 1G until it's just kind of like, yeah, it's ready, send it. Because I mean, 1E has definitely gotten to that point. But, with so many other types of rockets flying in service right now, especially with Robin being kind of like the main series at the moment, uh, Starling's just not as competitive. Um, it's not as needed, so launches of it are, typically slower. Whereas, in the past, there'd be Starling launches like, multiple times a week. Right now it might be more of like a weekly, bi-weekly occurrence that Starling actually launches. And when I say bi-weekly, that's like every 2 weeks, not twice in a week. Whereas, Robin is at this point like, maybe 2, 3 times a week. Alright, so let's go. One's next maneuver is coming up. And then Kerschel's gonna fly soon. And Kerschel should be set up properly, last I checked. So I'm not expecting any like major failures on Kerschel. That's now 3 hours away from completion, which means it's probably a little under 4 hours away from launch. Yeah, I kind of feel like this. I mean, if this stream's gonna finish with Kerschel getting into interplanetary space, then Minmissat 11 is probably launching as well. And it's very possible that next stream is yeah, I feel like next stream's probably going to be the Kerbolar Observatory's second set of observations. Come on, let's go. Right, reorient. All right. I will say, I've also been kind of thinking about it. I kind of feel like the campaign overall has like 3 parts to it. All right. I should just hold retrograde. Oh yeah, there's Urban having lost the atmosphere. Throttle up. I don't know why it keeps doing that from the Mun. Good enough. Alright, we are now in Mun orbit. I'm actually going to keep decreasing it. Okay, yeah, the orbits get close enough to intersecting there. Let's align the descending node and ascending node. Right there is when we'd add the maneuver. Alright, so about there, that maneuver node is in 12 minutes. That burn I will have to be pretty precise with. Alright, so we'll start that at T minus 9 seconds. Keep it there. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, go. Stay on the maneuver node. Check off the maneuver. We're pretty much in the orbit I wanted to be in. Wait, hold on. Are we reversed? No, we're not. Good. Apps and Apo are really similar to each other. Alright, I think that would be our orbital insertion. And that will be the next thing we do. It's in 50 minutes. Kerschel is in over 2 hours still. You can see where the rover is. Ineptitude. Alright, little insertion, little insertion. Slow burn, slow burn, slow burn. Right, check. And separate. Confirmed good separation. Do one more to ignite the engine. One contract complete. Okay, so the second mission we have to do. That's done. That's done. Magnetic field environment. And the moon is still going on. Orbit of Minmus. Not done. What's it? Proper orbit for 75 more days. And that one, we're not doing that. Not doing that. Not doing that. Oh, right. Rest of it might be on the other satellite. I think it is. Collect science. On space. We need to recover that. We need the experiment telemetry. Hopefully that's it. If that's not it, I think I know what I did wrong. Ion space charged particle data. The other ones are recover or transmit. I don't have either of those on board. I'll buy them over the moon's lowlands. Seriously, stop that. Why does this just... Seriously? Okay, you know what? I'll just scroll down here. I don't care. It's randomly just opening the mission for some reason. I'll be honest, the telemetry experiment might actually be on the Zebulon capsule. Okay, whatever orbit we are on is not going over the lowlands right now. This? Ready scan on space high over the... Okay, yeah, that's transmitted fine. In terms of the other signs, we really didn't bring it along. Oh yeah, so for whatever reason, it selected the new batteries. I think I forgot to change them over. Um, let's at least extend one of these panels. And actually extend that. Track that. Alright, if this doesn't ignite the engine, I'm restarting the quick save I just made. Thank fucking goodness. Alright, so we are now in this orbit. Where do we need to go? Let's say we just speed up. Actually, you know what? Hold up. How about we go here? And, maybe we do this. What if we do like this? How much is that burn? Not too much, and it gets us a pretty low parry. Which I think we can do. I'm gonna rename you. That's the Lisco one. Trying to remember, what was the other satellite which went here? Because we had the other moon mission, and I think that the extra science may have been on that. Let me check. So that would be RepoSat 2. So I might need to go into RepoSat 2 and check some stuff. Both panels are extended on the return capsule. Rename vessel. Let's go one return capsule. Verbal. Okay, I have no idea what just happened. Come on. I really hope that Kerbal... I really hope this is not another restart of the game, because if this is another restart of the game, I'm calling it. If the graphical glitch there is that bad, um, I'm not sitting through another restart. All right. Let me actually toggle the relays back and undo RepoSat 2 as a relay. You should not be a relay. You are now a probe. Because I think RepoSat 2's mission is incomplete. Alright, we'll try flying the damn return capsule again. See if we can reorient it, and return it. come on. Kerbal, hold up a little longer. Honestly, I think I am going to save Kershal for next stream. Actually, no, Kershal's so close to complete. Kershal is so close to completion. I think we'll just do it. I think I will try to do it. I will try to launch Kershal. Goal, as long as this holds up, goal is to launch Kershal. And get, or, yeah, it'll probably just be launching it. I don't think it'll go past launching it, given how laggy stuff is right now. I'm at, Kerbal is at its end right now. So we'll launch Kershal. That will, we'll launch Kershal. We'll get it on its, trajectory into a Kerbolar orbit, and that will be it. We're not gonna start doing the science mission today. I don't think. Alright. So you're functioning. Kerbal is not happy with me right now, is the problem. Wait, hold on. 5 minutes. Actually, you know what? That's kind of pretty, but... Let's calculate this. 5 minutes, 16 seconds. How long does it need to be? 2.5 minutes? 2.5 minutes, or 2 minutes, 35 seconds to divide up the, 2.5 minutes. No, not 2.5 minutes, sorry. Yeah, 2.5 minutes, plus 5 seconds to divide up to 10, plus 3 to divide up to 6. So that would be start the burn at 2:38. Or T minus 2:38. Which is now. This engine is tiny. But this is a nice screenshot though. No longer see the other probe. Yeah, look at this. I think we should have enough time to do this burn. So we'll see how much of the energy we can deplete. Before it, or how much energy we can deplete with the engine before sending it screaming into Kerbin. I don't trust this right now, or I don't really trust this going like exceptionally fast. And the thing is, I trust the ablator fine. I don't trust it to keep control through the entire thing, and I do not trust it to successfully slow down enough to deploy the parachutes before it hits the ground or the water. And I also don't trust it to be accurate enough. I will be wanting to manually do the accuracy myself. You can actually see our direction shifting. That's our current trajectory. Okay, we're getting an orbit similar to what I want. That is excellent. Alright, we're getting down to the latter end of our delta V. Come on. Game. There we go. Alright, orbit performed. Um, fairly ideal orbit reached. Alright, so let's just talk about slowing ourselves down. Ooh, yeah, we cannot quite deorbit from there. Um, I'll say, we'll aim for this. Eh, we'll aim for this. It'll still give us about 200 meters per second of delta V left. In which, I think 200 meters per second delta V is going to be enough to orbit from here, right? Yep, that is. Alright, so add a alarm 30 minutes before. And I'll just stay with this until Kershaw is done. Actually, let's roll a Kershaw out onto the pad. Because we have to do that still. Roll out. And actually, I'm going to switch my satellite. So, not Cisco 1, I want to be on RepoSat 2. Because I think the remaining science is on board RepoSat 2. I also really hope that the telemetry report is like from that probe and not from a Zebulon, because I just realized that that is different. There's log telemetry on the Zebulon, and then there's telemetry report from the probe. So it's possible that I don't complete this contract and have to do something where I send a Zebulon out there in some later mission. If I do that, I'm gonna see if I can bundle it with a Blue Dog or with like a Blue Dog Bureau mission. You know, if they have some, if there's anything which would require a return capsule from the Mun, I will take it and then bundle the two missions together. Although that would be kind of funny to have, or to be the research and development guys be sitting there like, okay, we failed our mission, or we didn't get our mission done. They're not doing anything for us. Yeah, they're not really helping us at all about it. They're not, they haven't planned anything for it. And then a classified government employee just shows up and like, here's your pictures. Or no, actually no, not here's your pictures. Here's your telemetry report. Like, where the fuck did you get that from? That's classified. Alright. So what did it need? Not that, not that, not that, not that, not that, not that. Fuck you. Not that, not that. There we go. Oh, I forgot to include it. Okay, so yeah, ionization and electrostatic analysis is a big one. And then charged particle data. And I just forgot to put that on. No, wait, those should. Oh, wait, the ion chamber's on there. Where the fuck is that ion chamber? Alright, we're going back to Celisco. I'm gonna see if I can figure out where that ion chamber is. Because apparently that's on there. I've noted it in my thing. But I need to find it now. So I gotta go back. And I gotta check that. As I talk into the void for 9 hours. And nobody's here. It's making me feel like maybe I shouldn't pursue this. Shouldn't pursue streaming. I don't know. You know what? I should stick to like Rule the Waves and From the Depths. That From the Depths is what seems to actually get an audience. Weirdly enough. Just it doesn't seem like I get. I think the issue is for Kerbal Space Program. There's too many bigger people doing it. You know, why watch me when you could watch someone like EJ, for example, or Scott Manley? But with like From the Depths, your choices aren't as great, and especially anymore. I mean, you occasionally have people doing stuff, but you know, you have a lot more variety people who are doing it. Which is kind of why I think from the depths seems to be my more successful channel content rather than like this. Um, I need to get back to like some of the campaigns and such. I'm just on an odd sleep schedule. And that all. I think maybe from the depths is like a stream and from like a YouTube and stream place is maybe a bit under like it's underdone for the audience it has compared to everything else I play. And thus I'm probably just better at it than Kerbal. Maybe I need to do more shorts. Maybe that's the thing I need to do. Alright, so we're going to return to Siliska 1, because I have it reported that it does have an ion chamber, so it should be able to do like one more of these experiments. Then we'll launch Kershal, and I think that'll be the end of the stream. Our last Starling 1E launch will be next stream, before we move into Starling 1G. Although I do need to get Starling 1H set up as well, but that also requires testing an additional fuel tank. Oh god. I've got to test Starling 1 or Starling 1G's fuel tanks. It's not ready. It's very possible this will not be the last launch of Starling 1E, I've just realized. I forgot to test the fuel tanks. I have to check if the fuel tanks actually need testing or not. I know one of the models doesn't, but like if they don't, I might have to go in and actually do some test runs and just like make sure that the fuel tanks are good. There we go. Where are these additional science payloads? Yes, that's one. So the ionization and electrostatic analysis is the one we're missing. As well as the telemetry. So the telemetry is the other one, I think. Crap. Okay, that was not what I was expecting. So I forgot one. Hmm. So unfortunately, that's going to complicate matters, as it is going to necessitate another launch. Um, Although, that actually sounds like a perfect first launch for Starlink 1G. Is a, yeah, maybe something where it just flies by, grabs that extra telemetry data it needs, separates a, lighter return capsule, probably one of the ones with only 2 engines on it, and just re-enters. Like, it doesn't even, enter orbit of the moon, it just flies by it. And that might work. Just gotta wait for these loading screens to be done with. We'll do the launch of Kerschel, and that will be it. Um, just because, yeah, this has gotten painful. Right. Warp until Kerschel's rolled out. I'm gonna warp around to the morning. Although the other thing I need to do is also make sure that I have a satellite doing that mission thing. Anything here? Catch a new part. Oh, we need an engineer. Nope. We are not in a position to do that yet. I would absolutely love to, but we're not there. Crow is not tested. Um, does sound like an interesting future mission. Let's go to the morning. There we go. Good enough. Oh god, we already have a crow in production. Oh no. Well, I mean that's actually it's happening, I guess. Crow is happening now. And that's one of those rockets which has just felt far away in the future forever. And now it's happening. Although, Bluebird was kind of in a similar situation to that. Always far away from the future until it launched and then promptly crashed. And then launched again and didn't do so hot. And had to be modified and then launched again and exploded. And launched again and actually did probably the most impressive mission of the campaign so far. Actually, no. Ineptitude's the most impressive mission of the campaign so far, but the second most impressive mission. No. Kerbola Observatory is the most impressive mission of the campaign so far. Ineptitude is a close second. Um, Come on. Let's go. It's time for Kerschel. Just please get done with this damn loading screen. Min-miss at 12 is under 3 hours away. Um, yeah, next stream is starting out with Min-miss at 12. Which should be the last launch of a Starling 1E. But I do almost think that I am going to use a Starling 1G to just do a fly, or maybe even a chickadee. I'd have to see if that capsule actually fits in a chickadee, and if that doesn't, massively affect its performance. I could reduce the ablator if I need to, based on whatever happens with Lisco 1's return capsule. But that could be something where I'm just like, okay, yeah, let's do a flyby. Anyway, here we go. We now have a Robin 1B carrying. Ah, god damn it. Brain work! We now have a Robin 1B carrying the Kerschel Infrared Space Telescope. We are going for an Kerbolar orbit. So, 10, 9, 8, let me get a good picture. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, hold on. Launch count delayed, launch count delayed. There we go. 1, booster ignition, and confirm separation from the pad. Kerschel is heading to space. Vehicle has begun a pitch over maneuver. Trajectory is looking nominal. I actually kind of like just the sun rising over the water and then the rocket rising up over the land. Looks like the wind might actually be pushing us a little bit this way. Or, we just have a little bit of a drift. Oh god, okay, stay stable, stay stable. We almost lost control. Please, that direction. I'll take it, I'll take it, I'll take it. It's getting quite hot. First stage has burned out. Apo is 94 kilometers up. Pretty nominal performance for one of these rockets for the Robin 1B. We'll be going for fairing separation now. Fairing separation confirmed. Going for upper stage separation now. Upper stage separation confirmed. Upper stage ignition is confirmed. Rocket is fully pitching over. We have had a short circuit of one of the battery banks. Just as I said, oh hey, it might not happen. Of fucking course it happens. I built both these satellites. It's like, oh hey, let's have two big batteries so I can do a bunch of stuff with them. And one has malfunction on each. And with Kerschel, they were even well tested. Like, this is actually, frankly, kind of ridiculous. Alright. We have one doesn't deploy the solar panels. We'll deploy the solar panels once we are in orbit. I really don't want to have to do the return capsule today, so I'm gonna see if I can get everything done before that happens. What is Repo Softtech offering there? That's probably their relay. The stupid relay they want. We've confirmed Kershaw is now in orbit. And actually, I need to rename this. Kershaw should have a C in it. Come on. Seriously? Um, I think I have that. I have that in the wrong place. That's misspelled. Okay, so delete the C and understand. For whatever reason, C is doing this. I think that might be one of the other mods I have installed malfunctioning. But anyway, so I think, actually no, what I want to do is if I burn here, do this, I think that decreases my orbit somewhat. And that's what I'm going to want. Maybe go there. So we'll do about a 1,000 meter per second burn. We will be aiming at the maneuver node. That is hopefully significantly more. We also have the high gain antenna, so that Kershaw can also act as a relay for if something is not in sight of Kerbin. This could actually come in helpful with the Kerbolar Observatory. So at 47 seconds, we want to start the burn at 23. 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, go. Actually, you know what? I'm going to toggle failure highlight. I have used these panels a bunch. I remember we used them on the big relay. No, we didn't on the big relay. Must have been early program. Alright, Herschel is on nominal trajectory confirmed. That will be a 303 meter per second burn. Oh yeah, Herschel itself has that. I might just separate from the from this stage now. Um, and then use Herschel itself to do the final correction burn. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Confirmed separation of Herschel on an ideal orbit. Alright, so let's see. How long is it going to take to get there? 5 days. I'm going to say add an alarm for Herschel, not at the maneuver node, just a raw time. Oh, wait, no. Sphere of influence change. I want that to be 0. And you are going to get renamed now. Herschel IRST. Go forth, Herschel. Alright. Herschel is confirmed launched. I think I will need to hold back everything else for next time. And I'm going to count Herschel as a success, or another success for Robin. And then what else? 1A Chickadee 2A. Um, that'll be Starling 1G. I'm just adding, additional launchers to the launch list. So how many Starlings does that make it? Okay, so how many Starling 1Es? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Purple's not booted up yet. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. So it looks like the Starling 1E series is going to end on launch on its 29th launch. Just want to quickly make note of like the other two missions there as I'm doing my outro. As soon as Kerbal loads again, I'm doing the outro. How long did that take? Yeah, that added. These loading screens are adding so much time. I think there's like a memory leak, and there's probably like one of the mods I should uninstall. Um, Whichever one is the probe thing just doesn't seem to work. I think that's what's happening when I'm pressing C. Oh yeah, the other thing I wanted to check was the telescopes working. Okay, so what do we have? Crow, so we have UFT1 and BDB MSR Unit 1, which Unit 1 is probably going to be before Crow. Just want to real quickly add those two. Okay, so missions are, we can hop in here. UFT1 and BDB MSR Unit 1. 1 Unit 1. That would be UFT. Oh, I was up all night? Yes, I was. I am almost done. I'm trying to end this. The loading screens are so ridiculous that I can't. I am so close to being done. I need to go to a telescope and do something. That is it. That is all I need to do. I just inputted more data on my data sheet, and it's not. Oh, there we go. It's loaded. So Kershaw is launched. Um, Slisko 1 is going to be returning. Um, Slisko 1's actually just past Kidder. And, well, I'm going to go to Aristotle, because I think Aristotle needs to do this mission. Because I have something where it's like, oh, hey, you can do an orbital contract and or orbital search. Yeah, the worst part was when I was juggling like 4 missions at once. I had 4 maneuver node alarms on the alarmer, or on the alarm clock, activate within an hour of each other. I actually missed one of them because I switched to the wrong craft, and on the other craft had to basically create an alternate node at a different point. Thankfully, it's min-miss orbit, so like, who cares? You can be as inefficient as you want with Delta V and min-miss, or min-miss. I'll also see if I can find with the, I need to find at some point if I can find with ineptitude a large lunar crater, if there is actually one there or not. Yeah, I think next stream, early next stream, which do not expect for like 2 more days, will be the last launch of a Starling 1E. Hopefully. It's possible it's not, especially if I need to test the fuel tanks for Starling 1G. Then I might throw like one more Starling 1E on the board. Although I'd probably just do a quick test of the fuel tanks for Starling 1G and then go, yeah, yeah, no, it's time for the introduction of that. Or even the introduction of Chickadee. Chickadee might be introduced instead. Alright, so let's have a telescope part. I kind of want to see. Wait, are we 100% on these? We're 100% on Sarnas now. Yeah, if I'm 100% on Sarnis now, I mean, if I zoom out, we have we have confirmed the existence of Sarnis. There might be a mission in order. I might actually consider sending a scientific mission here. And this will very possibly be with the Kerbolar Observatory approach. Of, sticking a fucking cursed on top of, a bluebird with the satellite payload on top. And probably something which can actually, like, survey multiple multiple moons here. Something which gets there and will actually look around. I actually wonder, when can we keep an eye on transfers? Okay, trajectories. Oh, is that that might just be a way to mess with science parameter trajectories? That would be cheesing it too much. I did not want to click on that. Interesting. That's nice, actually. But I mean, honestly, I might just brute force the mission enough to try to go there. Maybe even do something where it's like, oh hey, here's a Sarnis focus. Um, let's just try to send something. And I know that there's going to be like, oh, here's a certain amount of delta V to make it easier. Here's a certain amount of delta V to make it actually, ooh, I would have to check. Hmm. I feel like what I could do is I could try to use a craft in an orbit that's not Kerbin's. So probably one of the Wanderer probes, actually. I should have actually checked the Space Center for one thing, and that's one of the Wanderer probes. I want to see if it's getting close to Duna. So I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back in there after this horrible loading time. I'm gonna go back to the tracking station. I'm going to check which of the Wanderer probes is closest to Duna. And actually see if, like, we're gonna be able to get a Duna intercept. Because if we can get something in orbit at Duna, or not in orbit at Duna, just flying by Duna, that would be big. That would hopefully be another planet properly discovered. I'm also trying to think if it would be a good idea to, like, send a telescope to Sarnas. We could also photograph Sarnas. Like, that's available to photograph now. So I feel like if I do those contracts for discovering celestial bodies, the research bodies ones, it just unlocks a vaguely random celestial body. Actually, okay, yeah, I will go to the tracking station. I will just quickly see where stuff is, and then we're calling it. Problem is, this is the loading times right now. You know, I'm literally just pacing, waiting for the game to load, because it takes like 5 minutes. Because I think there is a severe memory leak. But you know, if it crashes, it's 20 minutes to get back up. Then live 10 hours. What I should do is I should like go back to these live streams at some point and figure out a way to edit them down. That would be helpful. That would be fucking helpful. Because I mean, look at how long this is taking. It's still not loaded yet. I literally just returned to the hangar. And I want to go briefly check. Oh, I might be doing something. And I just want to go briefly check the tracking station. Is the game gonna ever let me? Probably not. There. Now I'm back in. That took like several minutes. Now watch. I clicked the tracking station. I have now been live 10 hours and 7 minutes. Let's see how long I have been live when the tracking station actually loads. Because this will take a while. It is definitely untenable to keep playing this right now. This is, with the current loading screens, this is actually unplayable. This would require a restart. But, you know, it takes so long to do everything. Yeah, there is one mod which I want to see if I can go about uninstalling between now and then. That's the one which happens when I press C, which I think is something with it's supposed to bring me to a control room, but like for whatever reason the assets don't work. All right, I have coming up on 1 minute loading time. Give it up for 1 minute of loading time, everyone. 1 minute of loading time in the tracking station. I might also try to get like more RAM. I need more RAM. Part of me wonders if that would help because I think Kerbal's using a lot of RAM. Part of me is wondering if that wouldn't help. Hmm. Alright, we are vaguely in the tracking station now. There we go. What I should actually do is I should actually boot up, or not boot up, Outcast 1. I'm gonna make you not... You're a probe now. Outcast 1 is vaguely near where we are reporting Duna to be. Come on. What the fuck, game? What the fuck? What is going on? Why are you lagging? There we go. If I zoom past this... Game. Game. Why? Why? Game. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Being less than a frame is... Okay, so what's going on is it's trying to load Duna. This is the game loading Duna. Oh, yep, that's where Duna actually is. So, Outcast 1 has not yet managed to intercept Duna. But it is really close. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But after that are the two which shot by Minmus. Visitor 2 and Visitor 1. Which I think I am going to classify as probes now. Yeah. So those aren't really anywhere near. Let me toggle the relays. I think Salisco 1, your mission's done, so you're a relay. Um, Reposat 2, your mission's done, you're a relay. Minmisat 10, your mission's done, you're a relay, so now all of you will be hidden. The rest of you won't be. So that gives us these missions, which are either active or whatnot. And I want to keep an eye on where Visitor 2 and Visitor 1 are, just in case they get... I don't think these are going to get an intercept with anything, though. But Outcast 1 might. Like, that might legitimately be worth going to Outcast 1 and looking in Duna's direction next time. And just seeing if I can see anything. But anyway, I think that's the stream. Um, as I sit through another massive loading screen, I will say thank you for everyone who watched this. Links to my Twitch, Twitter, and Discord are down below. I might stream this on Twitch next time. Do not expect to stream for maybe another 2 or 3 days. It's no chance of one tomorrow, possibly one the next day, but unlikely. Yeah, it's probably going to be a few days before I can do another stream of this. Maybe I'll try to get some, like, World of Waves 2 recorded sometime soon of the British campaign if I'm really feeling like it. From the Depths is definitely on the back burner, because, like, I need to collaborate with people, and nobody's available to collaborate with, or nobody's, not burnt out on the game, or having to do other stuff. It's a mess. I should never have gotten into battleship collaborations, because they'll never get... Or I should never have gotten into collaborations anyways, because they never get done. Anyway, yeah, thank you everyone who watched. This has been me, No7 Spore. I will see you all next time with more of whatever. Where did that science come from? Where the fuck did we get, like, 600 science from? Um... Okay then. Sure. I do not know where all that science came from, but it came from somewhere. So we got more science for some reason. And I will put it into more technologies. It is going to be a long time before we get anything else. We don't have any messages on it. Okay, so that would increase the amount of science for research costs. And add... I want to do something which gets me more money. This would be interesting. Okay, you know what? Takes 5% science gain from field works, or from field work yields that from... Yeah, no, that's not going to help. Although that would be nice. But yeah, no, we need money. We need money. Anyway, thank you everyone for watching. This has been me, No7 Spore. I will see you later. Links to my Twitch, Twitter, and Discord down below if you're interested in any of those things. We'll probably live stream this on Twitch again at some point, just as a comparison. I also kind of want to see how this episode turned out. Twitter exists. I am actually sometimes announcing streams on there. And, you can join my Discord. Discord's main notification for live streams. We hang out there. I would say we have fun. It's probably not as active as I'd like it to be. I mean, what do you expect? I'm happy when I get a little brief viewer spike before it usually immediately drops back down again. Um, so yeah. Uh, I guess I will see you all next time. Bye. Wow, Nuke, you got here really late. Other than all the lag, it's a pretty good stream if you wanted to go back and watch it. But yeah, it's 10 hours. It's over 10 hours of live streaming. No, I'm done. 10 hours of live streaming with loading times that are horrible. Yeah, I don't think I need to do anything else. Um, yeah,